立法會主席。
The President. Questions. Question 1, Professor William Wong. Their views pointing out that as the National 14th Five-Year Plan clearly supports the development of Hong Kong into an international innovation and technology hub, Hong Kong should better integrate into the overall development of the country and deepen its cooperation with the mainland in innovation and technology. However, the electronic platforms and mobile applications used on the mainland are different from those widely used in Hong Kong. In this connection, will the government inform this Council whether the Education Bureau will consider including elements of teaching the use of mainland applications when designing the contents of innovation and technology courses? 2. Whether it has plans to provide teachers with training on the use of and teaching methods for mainland applications. If so, of the details. If not, whether it will consider establishing a relevant training mechanism. And 3, whether it will increase the number of internship places on the mainland for students of tertiary institutions so as to enable students to gain an early understanding of the usage of applications available on mainland electronic platforms and facilitate a smooth interface when they take up jobs in the mainland cities of the GBA. Secretary for Education. President, to support the development of Hong Kong as a global innovation and technology or INT hub, to dovetail with the National 14th Five-Year Plan, implement the national strategy of invigorating the country through science and education and foster new growth drivers and new streams. The Education Bureau has stepped up the promotion of STEAM, that is science, technology, engineering, the arts and mathematics, education in primary and secondary schools to cultivate students' creative thinking and entrepreneurial spirit. STEAM education involves the integration of learning areas in science, technology, and mathematics, as well as information technology education and INT learning for all students to nurture their interests and capabilities in learning IT and INT from an early age, enabling them to better cope with future challenges and opportunities for integration into the overall national development and deepen INT cooperation with the mainland. STEAM education in school curriculum has always been implemented through the learning of science, technology, and mathematics in the classroom. It also involves the application of cross-disciplinary knowledge and skills together with hands-on and minds-on activities to solve the problems outside the classroom. We continue to incorporate INT elements into both primary and secondary curricula, introducing the enriched module on coding education for upper primary level and module on artificial intelligence for junior secondary level, and launching the pilot scheme on enhancing science and technology learning at upper primary level to strengthen students' hands-on and minds-on ability. At the senior secondary level, the updated information and communication technology subject has included INT topics, including AI, with increased lesson time. We will continue to promote INT learning in the future to help students establish a good foundation. In reply to Professor William Wong Campaign's, our reply is as follows. The focus of INT education is to help students understand the impacts of technology on improving daily life and promoting social development, to make good use of information technology to solve problems and enhance computational thinking and creativity. The current technology education curriculum covers the basic concepts of information and communication technology and its application in daily life, programming, multimedia production, etc. By learning and applying the use of information and communication applications and e-platforms, students' technological competence can be enhanced. The technology or INT learning activities inside and outside classroom help enhance students' competence and confidence in using different IT tools. Coupled with the numerous opportunities to use applications such as communication software, search engines in daily life, most students can master the relevant skills. With the rapid development of information and communication technology, a wide range of apps and e-platforms with various functions are being launched and updated swiftly. We recommend schools to consider the learning and teaching objectives and students' needs in daily life when choosing suitable applications, including those from the mainland or other countries, for use in lessons. It is noted that visual programming software such as Scratch is used to teach programming in some primary schools, and different internet browsers and apps such as Baidu and Weixin are used for learning and teaching purposes in some secondary schools. At present, different applications used in different regions are already included in the teaching in schools. Therefore, the Bureau will not designate any particular applications or e-platforms for schools. Furthermore, through participating in mainland study and exchange activities, students will use mainland information technology tools such as communication, navigation in authentic contexts. Students will be familiarized with relevant e-platforms and mobile applications, and the understanding of the INT development of our country can be enhanced.
唔單止能夠增
2. The Education Bureau attaches great importance to teachers' professional development. To establish a team of teachers who keep abreast of the development of INT following the conclusion of the first round of the intensive training program on STEM education for school leaders in primary and secondary schools in the 2017-18 to 2019-20 school years, another stage of teacher training courses on programming education has started. Concurrently, starting from the 2020-21 school year, we have launched a new round of intensive training courses for STEM coordinators and teachers of primary and secondary schools, covering elements related to INT. The Bureau continuously cooperates with different INT organizations, tertiary institutes, and professional bodies to organize INT-related teacher training and sharing sessions, including introducing various information technology tools, including applications and tools launched on the mainland or in other countries and regions, for application in learning and teaching to enhance the professional leadership of school leaders in promoting e-learning and deepen teachers' capability of implementing e-learning, as well as using different e-learning tools and resources. We also collaborate with technology companies on the mainland, such as SenseTime, NetDragon, Dajiang Innovations, to organize professional development courses to introduce how different applications and tools, such as e-learning platforms, VR production tools, and programmable drones, can enhance learning and teaching effectiveness, and arrange for teachers to visit technology companies on the mainland to learn about the latest developments and application of educational technology in our country. In other words, the use of mainland applications and their adoption in learning and teaching has been covered in teaching training. 3. Through experiential activities, students use IT tools in authentic contexts, which is often the most effective way of learning. The EDB implements the Mainland Experience Schemes, or the MES, for post-secondary students since year 2011 to subsidize post-secondary students for their participation in internship or learning programs on the mainland, so as to encourage them to learn about the prevailing social, economic, and cultural landscape of our country through personal experience. In addition, the University Grants Committee, the UGC, allocated $50 million in year 2019 to support the UGC-funded universities in organizing programs such as exchange, internship arrangements, and service learning to enhance students' non-local learning experience. Universities can utilize the above funding to arrange students to participate in exchange and experience activities on the mainland to promote the understanding of the country's latest developments in different fields, including INT, commonly used mobile and payment apps, etc. With the easing of the pandemic, border crossing restrictions between mainland and Hong Kong have been lifted. Post-secondary students in Hong Kong can take part in multifaceted mainland exchange activities or even travel to the mainland on their own to experience firsthand the various electronic platforms and apps trending on the mainland. Furthermore, a clear indicator is set in the 2022 policy address, of which opportunities of learning experience outside Hong Kong should be provided for around 50% of local undergraduate students of the UGC-funded universities by 2025 and 26. In this regard, we will strengthen support for students to participate in exchange and experience activities on the mainland and outside Hong Kong. We welcome sectors to join hands with the government to promote INT learning for all students, support them in understanding and applying INT, and create more opportunities for them to learn and study in the mainland, so as to let them understand the use of e-platforms in the mainland and foster their ability in seizing opportunities. Education is the key to nurture talents. To better integrate into overall national development, we will actively promote STEAM education and INT, continue the ongoing curriculum renewal, strengthen collaboration, as well as establish a professional teaching force to nurture the new generation of INT talents to contribute to our country and the community. Thank you. Professor William Wong. To further integrate with the national developments, we have to think outside the box. Apps and technology are very important. Now, my follow-up question is, in our present curriculum, we are more focused on non-mainland applications or their development. So before the study tours, will the government offer more training to the students? Secretary, President, as I said, in terms of training students on the use of apps and tools, relevant mainland apps and e-platforms are already included in the curriculum. Concerning mainland study tours, we have been organizing briefing sessions before the beginning of the trips. Students are taught on how they can use electronic payment apps like Alipay and so on, and also Baidu and search engines in Hong Kong. So at the briefing sessions, we would remind teachers and students on that. Dr. Kennedy Wong, President. In the main reply to question 3, the Secretary mentioned the EDB's support for Hong Kong students to undergo internship and training and gain experience on the mainland. So does the Secretary know that the Communist Youth Session has a plan to engage young people, and in Guangdong there is another plan which has been running for 10 years. These are e-platforms, so will the government consider linking our platforms with them? Secretary, we understand that besides the government, a lot of local organizations and community bodies encourage and support young people to participate in exchange tours in the mainland to help them integrate into the national development scheme. So concerning the e-platforms you mentioned, we will consider better communicating with them and link up these platforms with us so that we can facilitate students' learning. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you, President. Secretary, now in Hong Kong, when we talk about STEM, these are multidisciplinary subjects. On the mainland, besides what's mentioned by Professor William Wong, that these apps are included in curriculum, we all know the AI's impact on society. Now, AI is a selective or an elective subject for upper secondary school students. So will the EDB include AI as a compulsory element? Secretary, thank you. Concerning AI, we offer this element since junior secondary level. And recently, we have improved the module on AI for junior secondary students. For upper secondary students, we have the ITC curriculum for applied technology, and we are updating the contents of the course in time. Whether we should add another compulsory subject, we have to consider different factors, including students' needs and the design of the curriculum. We have to take a comprehensive consideration, and this will be decided by the curriculum committee. We will keep abreast of time. If we see that there is such a need, there will be new measures. Mr. Gary Zhang, thank you, President. Now, the scope of app used in the mainland are very wide. The market is very important for Hong Kong. However, in the process, we see some issues arising. Now, for Hong Kong companies, we will be treated as overseas companies in the mainland. So either we cannot upload our information onto the app, or the capacity would be limited. So how will the government address this? Secretary, thank you, President. Concerning the use of mainland apps in Hong Kong and the regulatory measures and the technological issues, we will convey the questions to the relevant bureaus and departments to identify solutions for better integration between the two places. Mr. Jimmy Ng. Thank you, President. The question mentions that the mobile applications used in Hong Kong and the mainland are different. It's not just about knowledge, but also technological portability. Now, recently, when Hong Kong people use the high-speed rail, when they go to mainland, they would have a difficult time exiting the gate because of different technological parameters. They cannot use their app to exit the gate. Now, at least they have to have a mobile phone number on the mainland to register for apps, for example, the public transport app in Guangzhou and also other food delivery apps. It poses a lot of nuisance to Hong Kong residents living on the mainland. Now, we want to promote integration. However, we can't expect students to have a mainland mobile phone number or even mainland identity card number. It would hinder the learning of apps used in the mainland. Now, since we have study tours, how we can address these problems for the students. Secretary, thank you, President. Concerning the compatibility and integration of technological parameters of apps. Now, with the easing of the pandemic, we are seeing much more travel between the two places. I think we can have much better communication down the road, and we will be continuously improving our connectivity. Yesterday, the chief executive has met with the Guangdong delegation and initiated a lot of talks on bettering the connection between the two places. Many agreements were made. Concerning the integration as well as making our apps compatible, I think the situation will improve. For teachers and students going on studying tours on the mainland, say for example, our citizenship subjects mainland tour, we are grateful to receive helps from the mainland authorities. Helps are also offered by the Hong Kong SAR government. Since there are lots of study tours and a lot of participants are involved, a large number of measures and a lot of support is needed. So I thank the mainland counterparts for giving us timely help so as to facilitate our trip. Mr. Shanghai Long, thank you, President. Now, declaration of interest. I am the consultant of SenseTime, an AI company. I support Professor William Wong's question on including the elements of mainland apps in our STEM curriculum. Now, I think for INT subjects, we have to ensure that a standardized lesson hour are dedicated to the subject. Now, I think the ITIB and also the Office of the Government's Chief Information Officer have received a lot of funding, including to organize activities like knowing IT and other programs in secondary and primary schools. Now, the lesson hours for INT have been cut down because of the epidemic. Now, how many lesson hours can we guarantee for the INT subjects in secondary schools? So my question is, every week, how many lesson hours do our primary students and secondary students get for STEM subjects? Secretary, thank you, President. Concerning lesson hours for INT subjects, for upper primary level, there are STEAM elements in existing subjects. And also we have added the enhanced module. For programming, that is about 10 to 15 lesson hours. Now for secondary curriculum and also primary curriculum, we focus on learning hours rather than lesson hours. With the advancement of technology and the influx of information, we can't simply put everything into the subject. or a lesson. Now, besides arrangements of lesson hours, we think the extended learning arrangement is also very important, including application. So besides designing lesson contents, teachers are also required to design extended learning activities beyond the classroom so that students can learn while applying the knowledge. For secondary schools, besides the core INT subjects, we have also added the AI module. The new module involves an additional 10 to 15 lesson hours in secondary school. Now, we want to bridge lesson hours with extended learning hours so that students can explore on the use of new technologies and AI. This will address the shortage of lesson time. With the rapid advancements of technology, we need more INT talents, and we thank different corporates for their support in our extended learning hours. Thank you. Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. I'm in full support of this idea. We have to promote INT education in school. Now, Secretary, you mentioned about extended learning and also adding more INT elements in lesson hours. Well, the future direction should be science for everyone. Every student should be taught and equipped with this skill. However, we are still talking about enhanced module and extended learning. Now, as a general educational policy, will the Secretary select appropriate areas within AI, coding, programming as compulsory elements? If so, how will they be integrated into the lesson time? Thank you, President. Concerning popularization of science, we are not just focusing on INT subjects. In physics, chemistry, biography, we have included INT elements in the curriculum. So besides the existing subjects, as I've mentioned, we have thematic module dedicated to programming, AI, and other latest developments. If there are other new areas in the future, we will be happy to enrich students' learning under this arrangement. And also, we are working with INT companies to broaden the view, the horizons of teachers, students. We think this is more pragmatic and how we can keep abreast with time. Now, we also offer elite students with more opportunities for gifted students. However, we think we have to offer a comprehensive development for students, including moral and so on, and they have to learn different subjects. So concerning deepened learning for INT, we have to consider whether we should make it compulsory subjects. Thank you.
Question 2. Dr. Honorable Teck Chi-yuen, Mr. President, in 2019, when Hong Kong was in the midst of the movement of opposition to the proposed legislative amendments and intensifying conflicts, the government made the prohibition on face covering regulation, the regulation under the Emergency Regulations Ordinance, which came into force on the day following its gazetto. There are views pointing out that now that order in the community has resumed, the government should consider relaxing the restrictions on the prohibition on face covering. In this connection, will the government inform this council first whether it will add the provision of defense under the regulation to allow members of the public to, on the premise of expressing their views in a peaceful manner, cover their faces while participating in public meetings or public processions and conduct public consultation on the relevant proposal. Second, as it is learned, that a considerable number of members of the public have developed the habit of wearing masks to prevent diseases, and residents of many districts also wish to wear masks to protect their privacy while participating in discussion sessions on district affairs, where the police will consider temporarily suspending the enforcement of the regulation during public meetings or public processions which are not prohibited by the police. And third, as some members of the public have indicated that they are not clear about the circumstances under which wearing of masks is a reasonable excuse as provided for in the regulation, and hence the use of facial covering is allowed. Whether the police will provide clear guidelines to members of the public and openly answer their frequently asked questions about compliance with the regulation so that members of the public will not breach the law inadvertently. Secretary for Security. Mr. President, since the implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, the systems and mechanisms for safeguarding national security have been continuously improved, and the situation in Hong Kong has turned from chaos to order. Social order has been restored, and the overall economic and livelihood development has returned to the right track. Nevertheless, we still have to be vigilant. As mentioned by Xia Baolong, Deputy Head of the Central Leading Group on Hong Kong-Macau Affairs, at a meeting with the CE in early March, the Hong Kong SAR government should have crisis awareness and remain vigilant for potential risks at all times, as national security risks still exist and there are destructive forces lurking in the community. The SAR government must properly manage the risks and drop contingency plans for various aspects and firmly crack down on any activities that jeopardize national security or undermine the peace and security of Hong Kong, nipping them in the bud and not letting them spread. In fact, worrying incidents are still happening in the society from time to time. For instance, the police seized ammunition, 3D printer that printed out arms parts, and a large amount of raw materials for manufacturing explosives in a residential unit and a mini storage facility last September. In February this year, a violent incident occurred at the West Kowloon Law Courts building, in which a curtain wall of the building was allegedly shot and broken in an attempt to disrupt or damage the due administration of justice. In addition, while processing an application of public meeting and public procession earlier this month, the police found incidents of incitement of violence on the internet, with violent gangs threatening to participate in the event. The organizer eventually decided to cancel the public procession. Recently, the police also arrested several people suspected of violating the Hong Kong National Security Law, including disseminating messages online to incite Hong Kong independence, including with foreign countries or foreign forces to endanger national security. All these incidents reflect that Hong Kong's national security risks still remain. My reply to the member's question is as follows. First, in 2019, Hong Kong experienced unprecedented challenges, social unrest, as well as massive violent and illegal acts, which posed serious threats to the safety of people and property. The legislative intent of the Prohibition on Face Covering Regulation, PFCR, was to curb occasions of public danger and social disturbance at that time, strengthen the deterrence against violent acts committed by masked rioters with their identities concealed, and assist the police in law enforcement and conducting investigations. In its judgment on the Emergency Regulations Ordinance (ERO) in December 2020, the Court of Final Appeal (CFA) upheld the proportionality of the restrictions on freedom and rights in prohibiting the use of facial coverings at public order events contained in the PFCR. The CFA made it clear that the freedom of assembly, procession, and demonstration, the freedom of speech and expression, and the right to privacy are not absolute but may be subject to lawful restrictions. The CFA stressed in its judgment that the wearing of a facial covering does not lie at the heart of the right to peaceful assembly, as it is still possible to demonstrate peacefully without wearing a facial covering. The CFA agreed that the preventive and deterrent nature of the PFCR is crucial, and the need to prevent the deterioration of peaceful gatherings into violence is an integral part of the legitimate aim. Section 4 of the PFCR clearly provides for a defense of lawful authority of reasonable excuse. Without limiting the scope of the reasonable excuse, the provision further sets out the circumstances under which there is a reasonable excuse, including the use of facial covering for the physical safety in the course of employment, religious reasons, or pre-existing medical or health reasons. In the light of the current situation, the Hong Kong SAR government considers it necessary to retain the PFCR for the time being. We will closely monitor the overall social situation and conduct reviews in a timely manner. Second, the mandatory mask-wearing requirements and the PFCR are two separate matters. The mandatory mask-wearing requirements deal with public health issues, while the PFCR deals with the occasions of public danger. The PFCR is still in effect, and the police will act based on evidence and strictly in accordance with the law. As I have just mentioned, wearing of a facial covering does not lie at the heart of the right to peaceful assembly. According to the PFCR, a person who is at a public meeting or public procession regulated under the Public Order Ordinance or at an unlawful or unauthorized assembly must not, unless with lawful authority or reasonable excuse, use any facial covering to prevent identification. Third, the legislative intent of the PFCR is very clear. It targets those lawbreakers who try to conceal their identities under facial covering and commit illegal acts recklessly. Those masked lawbreakers think they can engage in reckless acts that undermine the rule of law and evade justice by concealing their identities. We should combat such activities. Although the mandatory mask-wearing requirements have now been lifted, we understand that the public may choose to continue to wear masks for a certain period of time. The PFCR only regulates public meetings and public processions under the Public Order Ordinance, as well as unlawful or unauthorized assemblies. It will not affect the wearing of masks by the public in their daily lives. Even if a person wears a mask at a public meeting or a public procession, whether this is in contravention of the PFCR depends on the actual circumstances of individual cases. The police will make inquiries during law enforcement to examine whether the excuse put forward by a suspect was reasonable before deciding whether there is a reasonable suspicion to make an arrest. In considering whether to commence prosecution, the Department of Justice will also examine all evidence in a case, including whether the suspect had a reasonable excuse, and consider whether there is a reasonable prospect of conviction before making a prosecutorial decision. If the suspect is charged, the court will also review all evidence to determine whether the excuse was genuine and reasonable. The Hong Kong SAR government will continue with its publicity efforts for the general public. The website of the Security Bureau currently provides simple and easy to understand questions and answers, infographics, and multimedia materials on the PFCR for public information. Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Teck Chi Yuen. Article 27 of the Basic Law sets out that the people of Hong Kong enjoys freedom of assembly, procession, and protest. Now, my question for the Secretary is that currently the situation is very different from that in 2019. Isn't it the right time to review the prohibition on face covering regulation? In particular, in relation to the reasonable excuse, can we not have a liberal discussion so that citizens can be more assured when they take part in lawful assemblies? Thank you, President. For the right to take part in assemblies, public processions, etc., they will not be affected. In fact, under the international convention, such rights and freedoms are not absolute. Should there be a ground based on public security, say for example, they can be subject to restrictions. In the year 2020, the CFA handed down a judgment, and in that ruling, it is said that in relation to the prohibition of the use of facial coverings at public order events contained in the PFCR is proportional. Therefore, we believe that there is still a need to keep the regulation. We still have national security risks lurking in the community. So at this time, we still have to retain the PFCR. As I have said, it only applies to public processions and public assemblies, and the daily lives of our people will not be affected. Even for public meetings or public processions, as long as you have a reasonable excuse or you have a lawful authority, then you will be fine. Mr. Lee Sai-wing, Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. The Secretary time and again referred to the CFA ruling. of course, with respect to ruling of the CFA. But still, may I ask this question in relation to reasonable excuse? Earlier on, an organizer applied to the police to hold a public meeting and a public procession. A letter of no objection was issued, but still the organizer cancelled the event. So I want to know if a citizen is not feeling well, but he still wants to join a public meeting or public procession, and he puts on a mask, will he be breaching the law inadvertently? So does it mean that to play safe, you need to consult a doctor to verify that you are sick, and so you can put on a mask when you join the public procession? Secretary, Section 4 of the PFCR has already set out that a defense of lawful authority or reasonable excuse will be accepted. Without limiting the scope of the reasonable excuse, a number of circumstances have been set out which will be regarded as a reasonable excuse, like the use of facial covering for the physical safety in the course of employment, religious reasons, and pre-existing medical or health reasons. But then this is not exhaustive. As long as you have lawful authority or reasonable excuse, we will consider it. Say, for example, in a public procession, you put on a face shield or you put on a mask. We will look at the conduct that you're engaged in and whether you have a reasonable excuse. If you have a mask which is a respirator, then of course it is not a reasonable excuse. Or if you have the V mask, again we don't see it being a reasonable excuse. On the other hand, when questioned, the person involved can show us that he's not feeling well, and then we'll try to look at that in the light of the conduct that has been engaged in, and then we'll try to make a judgment. And if necessary, we will make a record of the circumstances there as well as the personal details of the person, and then later on we'll follow this up with the Department of Justice to see whether there's ground to pursue the matter further. Mr. Gary Chan. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, there are people who are saying that the PFCR would jeopardize people's freedom to join assemblies and to have freedom of expression, and they're worried that they will be sort of retaliated against after they have been found to have joined a public procession. So how are you trying to strike a balance between the overall public interest as well as the right to assembly? I want you to tell us whether the right to peaceful assembly has been affected by the PFCR. Well, first of all, let's look at the legislative intent of the prohibition on face covering regulation. We want to prevent serious incidents affecting or jeopardizing public safety. On the face of it, we have a very peaceful environment, but there are still destructive forces lurking in the dark, waiting to cause trouble. Earlier on, we gave permission to hold a public meeting, but then we have found messages disseminated online, and with some gangs threatening to join. So we do understand that national security risks remain. And then in December 2020, the CFA handed down a judgment, and in fact the CFA upheld the proportionality of the restrictions on freedoms and rights. Now, this is because the facial covering does not lie at the heart of the right to peaceful assembly. If we allow people without restriction to have such articles, then people may think that their identity has been concealed. Nobody knows that he or she is engaging in such activities, and then they may incite others, or they themselves may also carry out certain acts that would be occasions of public danger. And from the ruling of the CFA, I think we know that proportionality and reasonableness have been upheld, and we have struck a balance between the rights to peaceful assembly as well as the need to uphold national security. Ms. Jovi Chen. Face covering means that rioters think that they can evade the long arm of justice and they won't be arrested. As a result, they will be encouraged to be more reckless. For the Black riots in 2019, our memory is still fresh. With the PFCR in place, as well as the Hong Kong National Security Law, our security can be upheld and we can move from chaos to order and we can consolidate the peaceful environment. I think it is very suspicious for LegCo members to ask for the lifting of the regulation. 10 years ago, Canada put in place a similar regulation. The maximum penalty will be 10 years imprisonment. We only got the law just 2 years ago, and in fact, the maximum penalty would be 1 year's imprisonment. It is just too lenient. If we are to review the regulation, I think we need to increase the maximum penalty by comparing our case with overseas restrictions or provisions. Are you asking a question or stating an opinion? Secretary, my question is, will the Secretary consider the following during a review of the regulation, enhance the penalty so as to increase the deterrent effect? Thank you, Mr. President. As I have said, in 2019, there were serious occasions of public danger. Back in 2019, that's why we introduced the PFCR. The risks are still with us. So for the time being, we need to retain the PFCR. We believe that this is the proper way and safe to do so. Of course, in due course, we'll try to see whether there is a need to review the regulation. When it comes to the penalties, I think the maximum so far handed down was 8 months. It is quite heavy. Dr. Johnny Ng, in 2019, there was chaos all over the place because of the Black riots. The rioters thought they could evade investigation and arrest by concealing their identities, but then the police have been going after them and have made arrests. I want to know how many people have been arrested, how many of them have been prosecuted, and to what extent were they punished by our laws, under our laws. Secretary, since the introduction of the PFCR, 75 persons have been prosecuted, 26 convicted, and then for their sentences, 10 days imprisonment up to 8 months imprisonment. Dr. Elizabeth Quat. Thank you, President. Normalcy has returned after the easing of the pandemic. We need a peaceful environment. It may appear that there is order, but then, as the Secretary has said, there were still cases of ammunitions and violence. In other words, the destructive forces merely go underground, and they will try to stir up trouble again when the opportunity comes. So the PFCR is still needed. But then there are views saying that by keeping the PFCR, we are against the International Convention on Human Rights and jeopardizing Hong Kong people's right to peaceful assembly. Please, Secretary, tell us whether we have breached the principles and whether the rights and freedoms of our Hong Kong citizens have been affected. Secretary, well, in accordance with the ICCPR, it is said that such rights to peaceful assembly may be subject to restrictions if there is a reason. It is internationally accepted. And then for the PFCR, in December 2020, the CFA already said that in its judgment on the ERO, the prohibition in relation to the use of facial coverings at public order events contained in the PFCR is proportional in relation to the restrictions on freedoms and rights. And the CFA also says that the the freedom of assembly, procession, and demonstration, the freedom of speech and expression, and the right to privacy are not absolute and may be subject to lawful restrictions. The CFA also stressed in its judgment that the wearing of a facial covering does not lie at the heart of the right to peaceful assembly, as it is still possible to demonstrate peacefully without wearing a facial covering. The CFA also agreed that the preventative and deterrent nature of the regulation is crucial, and the need to prevent the deterioration of peaceful gatherings into violence is an integral part of the legitimate aim. So whether it is a matter of international conventions or the CFA's judgment on the PFCR, it has been shown that we have already struck a balance between the freedom of expression as well as the need to uphold national security.
Question number 3, Honorable Tony Chair. Thank you, President. President, it has been reported that a research institute has estimated that last year the Mandatory Provident Fund, MPF, suffered an annual unrealized investment loss of about $186.9 billion, with a return rate of minus 15.6%, which was higher than the drop in the Hang Seng Index and property prices in Hong Kong in the same period. It is learned that quite a number of members of the public are deeply dissatisfied that having entrusted their hard-earned money to MPF trustees for making investments on their behalf, they have to pay management fees and administration fees. Even losses are recorded. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it knows in the past 10 years, among the MPF accounts from which money was completely withdrawn, the respective numbers of accounts, the balances of which, at the time when money was completely withdrawn, recorded profits and losses after deducting accrued contributions, with a breakdown by the number of years for which such accounts have been set up, for example, less than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, more than 10 years, and up to 15 years, and more than 15 years. 2, given that the MPF system has so far been implemented for over 22 years, during which the demographic structure, labor market, investment environment, and social welfare system of Hong Kong have experienced quite a number of changes, whether the government would conduct a comprehensive review of the MPF system, if not, of the reasons for that, and 3, whether it would consider increasing the investment options available for MPF contributors, including the time deposits with banks, exchange traded funds linked to the Hang Seng Index, for example, the Tracker Fund of Hong Kong, funds which truly guarantee capital preservation, funds operating on a no-profit, no-fee basis, and entrusting the contributions to the exchange fund for investment. If not, of the reasons for that, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, since the inception of the MPF system in December 2000, the net annualized internal rate of return of MPF as at the end of January 2023 is 2.9%. higher than the inflation rate of 1.8% over the same period. Meanwhile, the fund expense ratio of the MPF system, representing the overall cost level, has dropped from 2.1% in 2007 to 1.33% in 2022. With volatile market conditions in recent years, given a slump in both the equities and bond markets in 2022, the net annualized return of MPF ranged between the price indices of major stocks markets and the global bond market in 2022. Understandably, the investment performance of the MPF system has become an issue of concern for members of the public. The government, together with the MPFA, will continue to enhance the operation of the MPF system. Having consulted the Labour and Welfare Bureau and the MPFA, my replies to the various parts of the question are as follows. 1. The account records of individual MPF scheme members are maintained by individual MPF trustees. When a scheme member settles their accrued benefits and transfers from one scheme to another for various reasons, such as change of employment, consolidation of personal accounts, transfer through employee choice arrangement, trustee of the new scheme will not have the previous contribution records of the scheme members concerned. As a result, MPF trustees are not able to provide to the MPFA information of the profits and losses recorded on the fully withdrawn MPF accounts after deducting the accrual contribution from the final balance. 2. The government and MPFA have been reviewing the MPF system in light of the societal and economic changes and introduced various measures to generate greater value for the retirement asset of the working population. Over the past 10 years, for example, we have implemented the Employee Choice Arrangement, commonly known as the MPF Semi-Portability. In 2012, introduced the Fee Control Default Investment Strategy, DIS, in 2017, and Employees Tax Deductible Voluntary Contribution in 2019, and enhanced investment rules in 2020 and 2022 to facilitate MPF funds to invest in mainland A shares and sovereign bonds. These constant reviews and reform measures have helped promote market competition, drive down fees, improve MPF investment choices and returns, and strengthen the scheme members' selection and management of their MPF. As one of the important reform initiatives, we are taking forward in full steam the development of the eMPF platform, which will streamline, standardize, and automate the administrative processes of MPF schemes. The eMPF platform is key not only with respect to enhancing operational efficiency, lowering fees, and reshaping the MPF ecosystem, but provision of a centralized administration scheme, one-stop electronic platform that is currently lacking in the MPF system. Not only will the eMPF platform enable more effective MPF management by scheme members, it will also provide the necessary infrastructure and data analytics ability to foster the implementation of full portability and other more innovative functionalities, paving way for further reform initiatives. At the same time, LWB has pledged to abolish the offsetting arrangement no later than 2025 and plan to pay MPF contribution for employees and self-employed persons who are exempt from making MPF contribution due to low income upon the full implementation of the eMPF platform. This will help enhance the retirement protection of the MPF system. The 2023-24 budget also proposes to increase the tax deduction for voluntary MPF contribution made by employers for the employees aged 65 or above, which will incentivize employers to continue hiring aged workers while increasing the retirement savings of the silver-haired population. Enhancement of the MPF system is an ongoing process. The government will continue to work with the MPFA to conduct reviews and take timely action with a view to increasing investment choices and returns, lowering fees, and improving adequacy and members' protection of the MPF system, thereby strengthening the role of MPF as the second and third pillars of the multi-pillar retirement protection framework. 3. At present, the MPF system offers over 400 constituent funds for scheme members to choose from based on their investment objectives and risk tolerance. These include the MPF funds provided by some MPF schemes that invest wholly in Hang Seng Index tracking ETFs, such as Tracker Fund and Principal Guarantee MPF funds. We'll critically examine the feasibility of different investment options for MPF, having regard to scheme members' interests and investment risks. To this end, the government has instructed the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the MPFA to look into proposals to further assess society's aspiration for MPF funds that could offer stable returns at low fees. As an initial step, the government plans to earmark a certain proportion of the future issuances of government institutional green bonds and infrastructure bonds for priority investment by MPF funds. We'll keep an open mind and review the permissible investment of MPF in light of market development and scheme members' aspirations and offer better MPF investment options. I believe that the full commissioning of eMPF platform could provide certain investment options with centralized supporting facilities to maximize cost effectiveness. Thank you, President. Mr. Tony Chair. President, the government has been saying that in Hong Kong we have 3 pillars of retirement protection. The first is CSSA and OH allowance, which are non-contributory in nature. And secondly, as mentioned in the Secretary's reply, that is contributions to the MPF schemes by employers and employees. And then thirdly is personal savings or the support from children of the aged. So perhaps I can ask the government whether the objectives of offering retirement protection can be achieved. so that after retirement, these people would enjoy an affordable living standard. And also, what is the share of their contribution to their retirement protection offered by MPF? And is that up to the standard expected from the government? As I mentioned, MPF is just one of the pillars. As for the adequacy, or whether we have had certain indicators to look at whether we are offering adequate protection for retirement, this is a big topic indeed. But let's now focus on the question at hand, and that is how can we enhance the efficiency of MPF and EMPF, and also the efficiency of this system. Different jurisdictions have different systems, and different people also make different plans for their retirement. The issue here is to provide a reliable and efficient platform so that our MPF system would enable adequate retirement protection. We have heard different opinions, including the 2 points raised by Mr. Chair in his question. That is, we need to go for low administration fees and reliable return. The reform of the MPF system is ongoing. We have never stopped in trying to reform the system. We have a small task force to look at how we can maximize the system. And I have already outlined a number of measures that we introduced in the past. But of course, the reform process is ongoing. We can now expect the introduction, the commissioning of the EMPF platform in the near future. With this new platform, the efficiency would be enhanced, and also the MPF members would get better protection. President? My question is about the share that the MPFs has contributed to the protection of the retirees in question. Secretary, I'd offered an answer which are broadly based, but it's difficult to talk about individuals' objectives because they differ. Individuals differ in their circumstances, and also there are different systems in different countries. They may have a higher contribution rates and cover different things such as medical benefits, etc. But our contribution rate is lower than other jurisdictions. So it's difficult to look at the figures and the share of contribution because that would depend on the objectives you set out for yourself. We conduct timely and regular reviews. As I've said, in the past few years, we have a review on the contribution rate. And the LWB is also looking at this from the broad perspective of retirement protection to see whether we need to refine anything. We'll come back to consult members when we have proposals to make. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Well, employees have very pragmatic objectives when it comes to MPF. They want to have reliable return. Many young people opt for DIS, the so-called lazy people's choice. And in the market, there's a big demand for the guaranteed returns MPF schemes. In the past 20 to 30 years, the return rate is 4.5%, and the silver bond also guarantee a 4% return. In the private market, you say the MPF return rate is not very good. It's said that after deducting the cost, it's a 2.5%, which is higher than the prevailing inflation rate of 1.8%. I think our market is equipped to offer a guaranteed return MPF scheme. And the labor sector have already made some suggestions, but there's been no positive response, and such products are still not available widely. Is it because they don't want to offer such schemes. It's not a question of whether they can do it. You have asked a question already, whether it's a question of the lack of will to do it or the lack of ability to do it. Secretary, President, I think the question is self-explanatory in terms of investment options for MPF members. We introduced the DIS. Some $800 billion have been invested under the DIS, which account for about a quarter of the total investment. As for return, under DIS, the core accumulation funds has recorded since 2004 a return of 4.9%. So this is something I can share with members. Secondly, with respect to the specific question, the member has raised a big project. It's a question of will or ability. As I've said out in the main reply, the government instructed the Monetary Authority and the MPFA to look into ways to respond to society's aspiration for funds with stable return and low fees. And we would, in the future, government institutional green bonds and infrastructure bond issuances will earmark a certain proportion for investment by MPF funds. The preparation is still underway. And the member has talked about capital or contribution preservation and also some basic structures of certain funds. But in this world, there's no free lunch. When you gain certain enhanced protection, you have to pay a price. And I can say that we are making all the preparations to introduce enhancements. Much would depend on the result of the review, and our balance has to be struck somewhere. Mr. Chan Kim-po, I think the government is moving in the right direction. We want to increase the efficiency of MPF funds and reduce costs, as well as offering more options. But I think we need to let the public understand that if the MPF funds are totally invested in capital preservation schemes, their return will not be as good. They must try to understand the relationship between investment options and return rates. So what would the government do in terms of investors' education in this regard? President, when it comes to investors' education, we have been taking a number of measures since the introduction of the MPF. Well, it's been there for more than 20 years. When we celebrated the 20th anniversary MPF, we launched certain schemes for industry-specific issues and also the investors of certain background on how to understand investment and strategies. This is public education, and such programs and measures are ongoing. We welcome suggestions from members. Let's do this together to enhance understanding of the market. Mr. Zhao Xiuchong, many members have asked questions about MPF investment. So whether we can have more capital preservation options and whether we can allow bank deposits, time deposits offered by banks. So you can see from these questions that the investment return of MPF funds is really poor. We are not asking for something very good. We are asking just for preservation of contribution. So my question is the Secretary going to monitor the investment performance of trustees? If they achieve a certain rate of return, they would be able to get a higher fee. And if they fail to deliver, they should be getting no fee or they penalized in some way. President, I think many members are pointing to the same direction, and that is how can we introduce more products for MPF investment so that MPF members have more choices. At present, all these schemes offer something more conservative, such as investment on capital preservation based on bank deposits. The investment in this category has accounted for 7% of the total. So some members have already opted for such schemes. So usually the investment will involve short-term bonds or short-term bank deposits. And such funds would have fees linked to performance. You may have read from newspaper reports that some of these funds are passive in nature, something linked to the Hang Seng Index products. There are 15 such products on passive investment, based on passive investment funds, out of which 10% are investing in Hang Seng Index tracking ETF, such as tracker fund. And I think it's important that we have to do more public education. Or we may offer more choices, but we need to enable MPF members to understand what they are choosing from. And they should have looked at their own risk appetite in making the right choice. So on top of enhancing the MPF system and the introduction of BMPF to get higher efficiency, we need to also embark on ongoing public education. And I certainly welcome suggestions.
Question 4, Mr. Luk Chung Hong. President, it is learned that the supply of sports venues under the Leisure and Cultural Services Department, LCSD, falls short of demand, and some hirers tout their booked sessions for profit, touting for short. On the other hand, the LCSD introduced new measures in May and November last year to further combat suspected touting. In this connection, will the government inform this council 1. Whether it has conducted specific surveys on the touting situation, such as the type of venues, the sessions where touting are particularly serious, the difference between the asking prices demanded by touts and the high charges of venues, and the reasons for the prevalence of touting. 2. Whether it has plans to review the existing arrangements for hiring LCSD venues or formulate administrative measures, including a blacklisting system to combat touting, and 3. Whether it will amend the pleasure grounds regulation to add provisions prohibiting the transfer of booked sessions for profit, and treat these cases as summary offences so as to combat touting. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President. Apologies. President, the government provides leisure and cultural facilities for public use to encourage their participation in activities which are good for their body and mind, to improve quality of life. To benefit more people, the charges of these facilities are affordable to most people. The LCSD, the Leisure and Cultural Services Department, has put in place a booking policy for the public to book facilities in a fair and orderly manner. However, the high demands, especially for peak hours, give rise to activities where touts demand higher prices for the facilities for a profit. In recent years, the LCSD has introduced measures to improve the booking policy to combat unauthorized transfer for profit. My consolidated reply to the questions raised by Mr. Luk Chung Hong is as follows. The LCSD has been monitoring social media platforms
To understand the modus operandi and the latest situation of suspected touting, covering types of venues, time slots, and prices. Recently, touting have mostly been conducted on social media platforms in a clandestine manner to evade investigation and crackdown, making it more difficult for the LCSD to collect information. The LCSD reviews the booking policy from time to time and has adopted in recent years a series of administrative measures with a view to combating touting and to ensure equal opportunities for genuine users to hire these facilities. These measures include enhancing the booking policy, imposing penalty mechanism, and stepping up inspections. Since May 2022, the LCSD has adopted the following measures on enhancement of the booking policy. 1. Reducing the daily maximum number of non-peak hour sessions of fee-charging sports and recreation facilities that an individual can book to 2 hours for the same type of facility. 2. Pushing back the start time of the operating hours of the LeisureLink booking counters and self-service kiosks to 7:15 a.m. to combat queuing gangs. 3. Allowing login to the internet booking service of the LeisureLink e-service system via IM-Smart without having to input CAPTCHA, which is a simpler and faster way to log in than the normal computer procedure. This will increase the chance of success and make it easier for genuine users to book. 4. Requiring the input of the LeisureLink patron numbers of the hirer and 4 other users, 3 of whom must check in and be present during the use of the book session alongside the hirer. The input of the patron numbers has to be made at the time of submitting an online application for balloting of turf soccer pitches to make it more difficult for touting. And 5, releasing sessions of cancelled bookings for public booking at 7 a.m. the next day alongside new sessions available to allow a fair chance for the public to book these sessions. After the implementation of these measures, there has been virtually no overnight queue at the LeisureLink booking counters and self-service kiosks. Besides, according to the record of our booking system, the percentage of users logging into the internet booking service via IM-Smart during the busiest period in the morning, that is 7:15 a.m., has increased from 42% on 17th of May 2022 to 71% on the 26th of February this year. This is effective in strengthening the authentication of identity of patrons to the benefit of genuine users and in minimizing touting. The department considers that the measures are effective in combating touting. On the other hand, the department imposes heavier penalty on hirers breaching the condition of use to achieve a better deterrent effect. These include 1. Extending the suspension of a hirer's right of booking fee-charging facilities to 360 days for unauthorized transfer of use permit, and 2. Doubling the period of record of a hirer not taking up the book sessions or not being present to 60 consecutive days. Furthermore, venue staff will strengthen inspections. Over 790,000 inspections were conducted from May 2022 to mid-March this year. 1,404 hirers were found absent during the use of the sessions, involving fee-charging facilities such as sports centers, etc. Among them, a total of 41 hirers had accumulated 2 counts of breach for being absent during the book sessions and were suspended for 90 days. And over 4,600 hirers has accumulated 2 counts of breach for failing to take up the sessions in 2022 and were suspended from booking for 90 days. These measures effectively combat touting and also help reduce wastage of resources. The department has been examining the possibility of imposing deterrent criminal liabilities or fines on persons engaged in unauthorized transfer. It is also seeking legal advice on requiring hirers and organizations to declare and undertake at the time of their booking or registering for use that they will not transfer the facilities by any means. Offenders may have contravened the theft ordinance Cap 210 and be liable to criminal liability. We understand that there has always been a keen demand for sports facilities. The government announced in January 2017 and 2022 in a policy address The 5-year plan for sports and recreation facilities and the 10-year development blueprint for sports and recreation facilities to develop new sports and recreation facilities or improve existing ones to encourage the public to exercise regularly for a better quality of life. Additional venues will also be provided for national sports associations for training. So far, 6 sports centers have been completed since 2018. The LCSD will provide more sports facilities for public use. The department will continue to monitor the booking situation, usage of facilities, and suspected touting on social media platforms. More targeted measures against touting will be launched where necessary. Thank you. Mr. Michael Look, President. To combat touting of facilities, in the long run, you have to increase supply. In the medium and short term, I do welcome the measures adopted by the government, and I thank the government for doing it. The crux is that, according to the main reply, well, for failing to turn up, if there are 2 counts, there are a total of 41 hirers who have been suspended for 90 days. What about unauthorized transfer of user permit? That's clearly touting, with a penalty of a suspension of 360 days. There is no figure. Does it mean that it's difficult to gather evidence or difficult to initiate a to enforce the law? I do welcome that the government's proposed measures of us requiring hirers and organizations to sign undertakings. But will the government increase dedicated manpower and to install special facilities to monitor the users? Say, for example, someone who just turned up pretending to play but actually do not do anything. And what about law enforcement actions, say undercover operations to catch touts red-handed and suspend them for booking for 360 days, put them on a blacklist, or charge them with a criminal offense in order to combat the problem? Secretary, in monitoring the use of facilities by the LCSD, as Mr. Look pointed out, that there are difficulties. There are many venues and many different sessions. From their experience and information on the internet, the department is aware of more popular slots where touting might occur. So in their operation, they target these sessions and these venues. They conduct more inspections. Say, for example, there will be inspections in the registration or during the use of the facilities, there will be inspections. In terms of turf soccer pitches, we check the identity of users and the hirer, and we also require that 3 named users will have to accompany the hirer when using the facility. These are enhancement measures. As to whether we can install devices to monitor use, well, you need facial recognition to identify whether the hirer is inside the venue or outside the venue. There may be occasions when the hirer is resting on the side, but with facial recognition, there will be concern of privacy. Our goal is to ensure that genuine users will have a fair chance to book these sessions without paying a premium. We have adopted different measures, say enhanced penalty or requirements of an undertaking that they will not transfer the facilities or possible criminal liability. These are directions we consider. Mr. Ngamenyu, I think the crux of the problem of touting is that there is a serious shortage of facilities. If we have an abundance of facilities, there won't be any touting. Will the government consider using a single site, multiple uses, and have indoor sports facilities managed by the LCSD for public use on the rooftop of school premises? There will be separate entrance, and in this way, there will be multiple uses of the single site and a higher supply of sports facilities. Secretary, of course, we can have a detailed discussion with the Education Bureau. Multiple uses of single site is a general direction of the government. For new schools constructed, they are run independently. We need to consider whether there will be noise problems or disturbance caused by the use of the facilities during school hours. One of the options we consider is to release school premises to national sports associations or organizations for training or games outside school hours. Well, we have actually put that in place since 2018. We will see if we need to step up our efforts. Mr. Vincent Chang, with the enhanced measures, I do think that they have been successful in combating touting, but I ask government to enhance inspection and enforcement. I want to ask about the latest measure of Leisure Link. Will you launch the announce the launch of the improvement within this year? And there is also the requirement of an undertaking. And if someone fails to complete it, will that carry a misrepresentation offense in order to enhance deterrence? In relation to the new system of Leisure Link, it will be launched within this year. We're in a development stage. We will build in the requirement of an undertaking in the new system. That is, if you use the new system, you have to give an undertaking that you will not transfer the use of the facilities. Contraventions will carry a criminal liability. We are conducting tests. We will launch the new system as soon as possible. Mr. Hui Lee. Thank you. I see that the administration has adopted measures to combat touting, and it's been somewhat successful. However, there is still serious touting of these facilities. Will the government do something about penalties? Say, for example, failing to turn up or being absent during the booked session? Enhancing penalty may be one of the ways. Well, there is the unauthorized transfer of user permit. That means the use of the site can be transferred. Well, can you simply cancel transfer so there won't be the chance of someone transferring the user permit? Mr. Hui Lee, you have already asked 2 questions. Let's hear from the Secretary. Secretary, well, there is the user permit. It proves that the person can use the facility. The user permit is not transferable. In the main reply, the first point of the penalty, it talks about unauthorized transfer of user permit. It doesn't mean that there is transfer of user permit. user permits are not transferable. So if you transfer it, it's a breach. That's an answer to the member's first question. On enhancement of penalty, we have to strike a balance. Some users are unable to take the use of the booked session for genuine reasons. And sometimes the person has to leave halfway through a match. We need to strike a balance. Well, if you're ill, if you have a doctor's sick note, they can be used as proof that you have, as if you have had taken the booked session. From the press report, there are sayings that inspections take place halfway through a game, and it's a very unwanted disruption. We have to take care of the needs of genuine users. They are the majority. We have heard members' views. If there is any deterioration of the situation, we may consider enhancement of penalties. Mr. Adrian Ho. I thank the Secretary for saying that there is a plan to increase supply, but we have heard that there are some venues that are dilapidated. Some may come with health hazards because they have not been maintained and repaired for years. So would you make plans to repair and maintain these venues? If so, what is the situation? If not, why not? For government venues, the LCSD conduct regular inspections. If any damage is spotted, repair will be arranged as soon as possible. There may be urgent repair in situations where there is an immediate safety hazard. The venue will be closed for repair. But there are occasions when it's just simple wear and tear. We take into account the situation and follow the established procedure, say the amount of funding that has been allotted. We'll continue with our work. If there are facilities that members of the public think have been neglected, please tell us. You can approach the LCSD district office or to the bureau. We'll follow them up. Mr. Ma Fong Kwok. I have heard about some cases that with the improved measures, prices asked by touts has increased. For 90-minute session for a field of 11 players, now it's 1,700. Well, for 5-a-side, the LCSD charges 114. Now touts ask for $8,000. And I've been following up on the scheme of opening up school facilities. Will this be further enhanced to expand the scope? Will the government talk to more schools to have more facilities open up for public use? Secretary. As I said, that we will continue to work with the Education Bureau to further our work. We understand that sometimes for operational reasons, schools will want to reserve the facilities for their own students. But we do think there is room for more work, for further opening up. We will look into this to see what the concerns of schools are, to give them possible solutions. Opening up more schools will not address the shortage of problem of football pitches, because these are facilities not provided in existing schools. If you refer to our main reply, we have 5-year plans and 10-year development blueprint to increase supply over the long term. Thank you.
Question 5. Mr. Rockjan. President, according to the arrangements for mainland study tours of the subject of citizenship and social development, or CS, schools are required to provide students with an opportunity to participate in mainland study tours during the 3 years at senior secondary level, so as to enhance students to gain an understanding of national affairs and the development of the nation and enhance their sense of national identity. In this connection, will the government inform this Council 1 as there are views that in itineraries of most of the 22 CS mainland study tours arranged by the Education Bureau focus only on visits, and 8 of them are even same-day return tours. The itineraries concerned only allow a shallow understanding from a fleeting glance due to a long traveling time and unduly short time for the study tours, and students may not have a deep understanding of the visit contents, whether EDB will review the relevant itineraries as well as including more exchange activities and extending the duration of the tours, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. 2. Whether EDB will arrange for senior secondary students to participate in at least one mainland study tour a year, if so, when this will be implemented. And 3, given that teachers and students participating in mainland study tours can receive a full subsidy for the tour fees from EDB after criteria for determining the amount of subsidy, whether a subsidy ceiling is set for each study tour or each teacher and student, and the estimated total expenditure involved each year. Secretary for Education. Thank you, President. The Education Bureau announced in April 2021 the replacement of liberal studies by CS, which was implemented at Secondary 4 in the 2021 school year and is extended to Secondary 5 in this school year. The CS curriculum comprises 3 themes, namely Hong Kong under one country, 2 systems, our country since reform and opening up, and interconnectedness and independence of the contemporary world, aiming to help students build a solid knowledge base, develop critical thinking, rational analysis and problem-solving skills, cultivate positive values and attitudes, and develop a sense of national identity through studying important topics related to Hong Kong, our country, and the contemporary world. As an integral part of the CS curriculum, CS mainland study tools serve to enable students to realize the curriculum aims through experiential learning. Participating in field study activities, all senior secondary students can broaden their horizons, gain first-hand understanding of our country and its latest development, and understand and appreciate the achievements of our country and Chinese culture, thereby enhancing their sense of national identity. My reply to Mr. Chen Chung-nei's question is as follows. First, during the epidemic, EDB continued to make preparation for CS mainland study tours. We devised itineraries which are aligned with the curriculum, collected information about schools over planning and arrangements, prepared related curriculum support measures, etc. We informed schools in July 2022 that more than 20 routes, including locations within and beyond the Guangdong province from 2 to 5 days, would be provided for school selection. However, the epidemic remained severe and CS mainland study tours could not be launched in 2022. But we have kept reviewing the situation. The aim is to promptly launch the tours as far as practicable. With full resumption of normal travel between Hong Kong and the mainland on February 6th, EDB immediately announced the latest arrangement. On February 9th, the CS study tour arrangements for 2022-23 school year, including first launching 12 tours to the Guangdong province in the plan and adding 10 from 1 to 2 to 3-day tours to the Guangdong province, including cities in the GBA. EDB has made the arrangements with the students' learning needs as a prime consideration, and plus the views of stakeholders from the school sector. We've also exercised professional judgment, closely liaised with the relevant mainland authorities and taking into account the actual situation in the initial stage of full resumption of face-to-face classes as well as resumption of normal travel between Hong Kong and mainland. Our goal is to allow current S5 students to participate in the tours as soon as possible so as to complete the curriculum. As main activities were suspended for 2 years due to the epidemic, the demands for such activities have piled up. It is expected that schools need to deploy more teachers to take care of students participating in exchanges, and apart from providing extra quotas of accompanying teachers and professional advisory services, including assisting schools in leading the tours and conducting briefings and post-trip experience sharing sessions, EDB has introduced more routes for schools selection. Schools have responded positively. It is expected that around 50,000 senior secondary schools S5 students in particular will participate in the study tours from April to August. It's true that tours spanning a longer period will cover more visiting spots, resulting in richer learning content and experience. However, owing to the epidemic, around 50,000 students need to complete a respective part of learning in CS mainland study tours in about 4 months remaining in this school year. After deliberating with the school sector and considering factors such as teacher arrangement of schools, deployment of teachers, and reception load of the mainland, EDB has decided to additionally introduce one-day tours. In fact, CS mainland study tours are closely linked to the themes of the curriculum. Whether the tours span over 1, 2, or 3 days, students will have knowledge of related topics before the tours. Through classroom learning, teachers will guide students to think and help them set the learning points of the tours. Under students' guidance and through the pre-tour preparations, students can observe, record, connect, integrate, consolidate, and apply the learning points of the CS curriculum so as to complete project learning, demonstrate the learning outcomes and self-reflection, and deepen the experience gained from mainland study tours. Therefore, regardless of the duration of the tours, CS mainland study tours are meaningful learning with clear targets and methods. EDB will review the implementation of mainland study tours in a timely manner and take forward, adjust, and optimize arrangements pragmatically in light of students' learning needs, school situations, views of participants, actual operation, etc. We will proactively consider including tours to locations beyond Guangdong and with a longer duration to broaden students' horizons. In line with the fairness of prudent use of public funds and fairness, EDB will arrange for each senior secondary student studying CS to participate in mainland study tour once, with the cost to be borne by EDB. Senior secondary schools studying CS and participating in the study tours under the CS curriculum will receive full subsidy once. Schools must observe the stipulated teacher-to-student ratio and arrange for teachers, including principals, to be the accompanying teachers. The costs are fully subsidized by EDB as well. The expenses include those required for visiting activities, meals, accommodation, and transportation. Apart from CS mainland study tours, EDB has all along been organizing mainland exchange programs in line with our country's latest development and school curriculum for primary and secondary students, and subsidizing those organized by schools with diversified themes to enable students to gain first-hand experience from multiple perspectives of the development of country in various aspects. Deepen what they've learned in classroom and enhance their sense of national identity. We provide about 100,000 exchange quota every year, enough for every student to join at least one such tour in their primary and secondary stages, respectively. Schools also make use of recurrent life-wide learning grants, expanded operating expenses block grants, grants for sister school scheme to subsidize students to participate in exchange learning activities. In addition, many groups and organizations organize such tours for students from time to time. All in all, there are ample opportunities for senior secondary students to take part in mainland study tours. We conduct procurement in accordance with the established procedures of the government in commissioning service providers to organize such tours. The tour fee is determined by the contract awarded to the service provider and subject to the itineraries of individual tours, duration, distance of the visiting cities, transportation costs, etc. The estimated expenditure for CS mainland study tours in 2022-23 and 2023-24 school years are $60 million and $160 million respectively. Thank you. Mr. Rock Chen, I thank the Secretary for her detailed reply. After 1 year of implementation, will EDB review the fact that in 3 years of senior secondary schooling, there can be a diversity of themes, visiting historic sites to understand the culture and customs and understand the economic development of the country, various industries, and there can even be face-to-face exchange with their counterparts in the mainland. Will the Secretary consider such arrangements. Secretary, thank you, President. Indeed, we have such plans. Now, at senior secondary level, students have a good understanding of the development of the country, Hong Kong, and the world. So our study tours cover cultural, historical aspects, and also environmental protection and archaeology as well. So there are thematic visits and exhibitions, and also visits. We have also got exchange programs in schools, interaction between teachers and students, and also visits to enterprises to have a better understanding of the latest development. Professor Lau Chi-Pang. Thank you, President. I have to declare interest. I'm a member of the Committee of the Curriculum Development Council for CS. Now, when it comes to mainland study tours of CS, that is part of the requirements of the curriculum. At senior or even junior secondary stage, many schools arrange study tours for students. When we promote study tours of CS, can there be coordination with other subjects? For instance, during a study tour, there can be activities covering other subjects as well, so that schools do not have to subsidize such tours time and again. And will schools try to do that? Thank you. Secretary, as mentioned by Professor Lau, this study tour arrangement is part of the requirements of the curriculum and also in alignment with the content of the curriculum. So all senior secondary students taking CS will have to take part. The themes and also the content are closely related to the curriculum itself. Of course, if there can be consolidation with other study tours, that is very good. That will help schools to consolidate manpower, resources, and facilitate time management. Yet this is just the beginning of such tours. I'm sure with more experience, schools can see whether some study tours can be consolidated to dovetail with the curriculum. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Now, when it comes to the design of the tour, direction during the tour, and project learning and post-trip learning, now a lot of professional skills are required. I'd like to ask whether more appropriate training and sharing sessions will be provided for teachers to enhance their experience and understanding so that they can adjust the study tours as appropriate to enhance their professional skills and to benefit students more through such tours. Secretary, when it comes to teacher training, we have been doing that all along because CS mainland study tours are different from general study tours. Teachers accompany the tours to provide guidance and enhance observation. And schools will or teachers will also lead students in completing their project learning reports. In addition to general training for teachers, we have a in-depth study. We have an advisory team formed by experienced teachers and retired principals to offer professional services. They can accompany such tours and demonstrate to them how to provide guidance to students. They also help teachers to organize experience sharing sessions and briefings before and after the trips to enhance the depth of such tours. We will use various ways and means to support teachers to enhance the quality of teaching and learning. Thank you. Mr. Dennis Leung. We can learn a lot through traveling, and knowledge is sometimes not available in books. Mainland study tours can allow a younger generation to understand the latest development of the country. However, under the current arrangement, school principals have encountered the following difficulties. Can assistance be given by the EDB, such as teacher to student ratio, the accompanying staff, and whether the trips can be longer, and can there be more resources for employing supply teachers? Secretary, thank you. With regard to the arrangements, first, the teacher to student ratio and also the accompanying teachers, they are determined based on needs of the student. We've just resumed exchange with the mainland, and schools may have more manpower. So, as I said, we provide extra quotas for accompanying teachers. Students or can be supported by teachers deployed by students. We will also have professional support accompanying the trips. Students with special needs may require special supporting manpower that will be taken into account by adjusting the teacher to student ratio. And we have some trips of longer duration covering places within and beyond the Guangdong province. After the 50,000 students have completed their tours, we will receive feedback from schools and we will make adjustments accordingly. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you. Of course, it is important we have proper arrangements for students to attend mainland study tours. But more important still is that they have a valid mainland travel permit. According to school principals, some students have failed to get a valid home return permit in time. Will there be any mechanism to coordinate and communicate with the authorities concerned? Thank you, President. As I mentioned, during the epidemic, we were not able to launch the tours, but we have been making preparations. In the process, we've been reminding schools and appeal to students time and again to apply for a valid mainland travel permit as soon as possible. And as soon as normal travel was resumed with the mainland in February, and also in March, we issued notice to schools to remind students to make the relevant arrangement. For various reasons, some students failed to do that. We are grateful to the China Travel Service for providing extra help in the 7 weeks from the 26th of February to the 3rd of April. They work extra time on Sundays to help our students in order not to affect other applicants. So they spend extra overtime to help our students and teachers. They have tackled over 8,000 renewal or application cases. So we have settled the needs of students or tours bound to start in April and May. For tours to start after that, we appeal to students and teachers not to stall. They should not expect another party to make extra arrangements for them. So students and teachers should act as promptly. If they have difficulties, they can approach us for help. Mr. Yu Patler, let me declare interest. I'm the director of a travel agency. Now, as pointed out by the Secretary, regardless of the duration of the tours, these tours are meaningful learning with clear targets. But we need service providers that are committed with a sense of mission and experience and knowledge so that there can be proper safeguards of good and meaningful experience for teachers and students. However, the procurement principle is they always award contracts to the lowest bid. As we all know, you don't always get value for money with the lowest bid. So, will you specify that bidders must be licensed travel agencies, and will you only consider the price in awarding contracts? Secretary. Now we have a large number of study tours. We completed the procurement procedures following the established mechanism. As at the 22nd of March, we've approved 20-odd itineraries served by over 6 service providers. We take into account their experience as well as their price. And of course, we have to be prudent with public money, and prices have to be reasonable. Thank you.
Last question seeking oral reply, Dr. Priscilla Leung. According to the Hong Kong Population Projections 2020 to 2069 released by the Census and Statistics Department, the percentage of the elderly population in the total population will increase to over 30% in 2039. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it has assessed the challenges to be brought about by the continued aging of the population to social and economic developments in the coming 5 years? If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. 2, whether it has assessed the demand for medical resources, including medical expenditure, medical facilities, and healthcare manpower in the coming 5 years, to be brought about by the continued aging of the population, and actively prepared to meet such challenges. And 3, of the specific measures to be put in place by the government in the coming 5 years to strengthen elderly care services, including home care services as well as services provided by daycare centers for the elderly and residential care homes for the elderly. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Mr. President, same as many advanced economies, Hong Kong is facing the issue of aging population. The issue of population straddles different policy portfolios and requires the concerted effort of the whole government as well as the entire society. In response to the member's question, I give the consolidated response on behalf of the relevant bureaus and departments of the government as follows. 1. With a longer average life expectancy, a persistently low birth rate, as well as the baby boomers gradually retiring, the number and proportion of elderly persons would trend up in Hong Kong, making the aging trend to be more prominent. According to the Census and Statistics Department's population projection, the percentage of elderly persons aged 65 and above in the total population will gradually increase from 20.8% in mid-2022 to 25.8%, 25.3% in 28, and then to 35.1% in 2069. Meanwhile, given the low labor force participation rate for the elderly persons, it would be inevitable for the overall labor force participation rate to drop consequentially. Manpower resources is one of the key elements for local economic growth. In the event of a dwindling labor force, it will likely impede the potential of economic growth. In this connection, the government has implemented an array of measures to draw for outside talents alongside its efforts to nurture local talents so as to contribute to our economic development. Meanwhile, a continued rise in the number of elderly will increase the demand for various elderly and healthcare services. To this end, the government will continue to improve elderly services with due emphasis on both quality and quantity, follow through the policy direction of promoting aging in place as a core with institutional care as backup, and endeavor to provide diversified services to elderly in need. The government will also address the challenges brought about by an aging population and increasing prevalence of chronic diseases through various measures, including the promotion of of primary health care and improvement of public hospital services. 2. Aging population and increasing prevalence of chronic diseases are the major reasons for the increase in the occurrence rates of chronic diseases. It is expected that the chronic diseases and their associated complications will exert a heavy toll on the secondary and tertiary medical services, especially on the public hospital system. In face of the pressure brought about by an aging population and chronic diseases, the government released a primary healthcare blueprint in December 2022 to strengthen primary healthcare. The objective of the blueprint is to shift the focus of the current healthcare system from curative treatment to prevention of diseases, thereby improving the overall health status of the population, providing accessible and coherent healthcare services, and establishing a sustainable healthcare system. While the demand for medical services may not be reduced in the short run, improving primary healthcare services will help alleviate the pressure on the tertiary and secondary medical services in the long run. For secondary and tertiary medical services, the Hospital Authority plans and develops services on a cluster basis, taking into account a number of factors, including the increase in the service demand as a result of population growth, demographic changes, rising prevalence of chronic diseases, technology advancement, manpower availability, as well as organization of services of the clusters. HA will monitor utilization of different medical services and make plans for public medical services according to the population projection in various districts and development plans of the government. For medical facilities, as announced in the 2022 policy address, the government will press ahead with the first 10-year hospital development plan, adding about 4,600 beds and about 80 operating theaters in the next 5 years, and will include the development of a hospital network in the northern metropolis under the second 10-year HDP for catering to the projected service demand. As for healthcare professionals, the Health Bureau has since 2017 conducted manpower planning and projections once every 3 years, covering the 13 healthcare professions subject to statutory registration, including doctors, dentists, dental hygienists, nurses, midwives, Chinese medicine practitioners, pharmacists, OTs, PTs, med lab techs, optometrists, radiographers, and chiropractors to help understand the latest demand and supply of professionals and implement measures in a timely manner, including appropriate adjustments in training quota. 3. In terms of supporting aging in place for the elderly, the Social Welfare Department will regularize the pilot scheme on community care service voucher for the elderly in the third quarter of this year to gradually increase the number of beneficiaries from the current 8,000 to 12,000 in 2025-26. It will also set up 16 new neighborhood elderly centers starting from this year to 2027. As for daycare services, the government plans to provide an additional 900 service places in the coming 5 years. We will also expand the HA's integrated discharge support program for elderly patients in the third quarter this year by increasing the number of beneficiaries by 1/3 to 45,000 per year. As for residential care services for the elderly, the government is making its greatest effort to increase the number of service places by forging ahead the enhanced board place scheme, government contract home development projects that are being implemented, as well as projects under the special scheme on privately owned sites for welfare uses that have entered construction or detailed design stage. Our target is to provide an additional 6,200 subsidized residential care places by the end of 2027, of which 2,600 will commence service by the end of this year. Furthermore, the Social Welfare Department has increased the number of beneficiaries under the residential care service voucher from 3,000 to 4,000 in 2022-23 and will regularize the scheme in April this year as well. To conclude, it is beyond dispute that the number and proportion of the elderly population has been on the rise. The measures summarized above should enable the government to provide a more appropriate care, healthcare, and support services for the elderly to create a healthy aging environment for our elderly. In 2023-24, the government's estimated recurrent expenditure on elderly has reached $123.1 billion, which is 70% higher than the $71 billion in 2017-18. And in turn demonstrates the government's commitment to the elderly amid an aging population. Dr. Priscilla Leung. Mr. President, the government improves care for our elderly. Well, according to the population projection,
there is a greater demand for the services by 2039, and it seems that the improvement measures are far from sufficient. I'd like to turn to Part 2, Paragraph 1 of the main reply. According to your estimation, there will be a heavy toll on the public hospital system. And then you mentioned in your reply that in Part 3 of the main reply that you will improve the enhanced workplace scheme. Now, I have this question for you, Secretary. Please bring this view back to the relevant policy bureaus. As we promote 1 hour quality living circle in the Greater Bay Area, I've inquired with a lot of elderly people about the concern as to why they do not want to live in the Greater Bay Area upon retirement. And the greatest concern is public hospital system. We have a very good system in Hong Kong, and they are concerned whether they will enjoy the same benefits if they retire in the Greater Bay Area. So for public health care, you should make sure one-stop service can be provided. Perhaps you should partially subsidize elderly who choose to retire in the Greater Bay Area. Instead of rushing back to Hong Kong to visit our clinics, subsidies can be provided for them to visit the clinics in the Greater Bay Area. This can also alleviate the manpower shortage in healthcare professions in Hong Kong so that you can achieve win-win. Secretary, thank you, Dr. Priscilla Leung, for your comments. Now, to tackle the issue of an aging population in Hong Kong, we should look beyond our own population. Hong Kong is one of the cities in the Greater Bay Area, so we should make proper planning to tackle the aging population in Hong Kong, and that includes actively considering retirement plans for the elderly in the Greater Bay Area. As I understand, the greatest concern for retirees to live in the Greater Bay Area is healthcare. That also demonstrates their trust in our healthcare system. Now, but apart from that, there is also another concern, that is whether their children will be able to visit them. So 2 concerns, one on healthcare, the other on children's visits. But with improvement in the transport network in the Greater Bay Area and high-speed development in the area, things should improve. Anyway, I will bring Dr. Priscilla Leung's view back to other relevant policy bureaus as well. Ms. Lam So Wai, according to the census in 2021, we have 2 million elderly in our population, counting. And we also have some 330,000 elderly living in the community. Most of these elderly people lacked community support. How do you tackle this issue? According to the Secretary, you are going to increase the number of daycare places and the number of places under the pilot scheme on community care service voucher for the elderly. But as I understand, services are provided to the elderly only 2 days in a week, and that is not sufficient in catering for the day-to-day needs of the elderly. How do you solve this problem? Secretary, thank you, Ms. Lam So Wai, for the questions. We have a number of support services provided by the Social Welfare Department in the community setting. But this is a far cry from the demand for the services. We have, say, over 100,000, 200,000 elderly in the community. They live either by themselves or they are elderly couples living alone, and they do require more support from the Social Welfare Department. We should leverage on resources available in the community. For example, we collaborate with different NGOs. We also have the district care teams to be set up, and by then we should better leverage on resources available in the community to help elderly singletons or elderly couples in the community. Dr. Loy Kwok, According to the Secretary, in the main reply, whilst nurturing local talents, the government also actively troll for outside talents. Because of the persistently low birth rate, our population has been shrinking year on year. It also has to do with insufficient admission of university students. We are short of the high-income earners who have an annual salary of $2.5 million a year. We also have a shortage of talents in other areas. So we should allow admission of non-local students to vocational and professional education, that is VPET institutions. Well, this falls outside the scope of this question. Anyway, Secretary, thank you, Dr. Low, for your questions. Our population growth has peaked in 2018, and since then, it is anticipated that the population as well as the labor force participation rate will continue to drop. That is why the government has introduced a number of measures to troll for talents. The government understands that apart from the top talents, there is a prevailing demand for general labor, and we need to actively tackle this challenge. Whilst according priority to local employment, we also strive to draw up measures to tackle this issue. Mr. Bill Tang? Thank you, Mr. President. Last Saturday, a think tank invited Professor Nelson Chow, along with a number of professors, to make comments on alleviating poverty with precision. Now, according to Professor Nelson Chow, we should leverage on the possibilities in the Greater Bay Area. Instead of turning to institutional care, villages for retirees should be set up, and I think this is a good idea. In fact, the Housing Department has the estates for the elderly. This is very much welcomed by the elderly population now. So we should do something similar in the Greater Bay Area. And in fact, I support Professor Chow's suggestion. What is your take on that? Is it possible to set up a retirement village for the recent retirees in Hong Kong to live in the Greater Bay Area? Secretary, I also took part in that event last Saturday. I heard about Professor Chow's suggestions. Now, the government's stance is that we should actively integrate into the country's overall development plan and grasp the opportunities presented by the Greater Bay Area development. However, we need to be careful in ironing out details, and we also need to consider planning for retirees living in the Greater Bay Area in greater detail. And that means we should make use of resources available in the Greater Bay Area to tackle the challenge facing us. Mr. Dennis Lam. In the Secretary's main reply, he refers to a number of measures to tackle the issue. But according to the population projection, the dependency ratio will increase from 408 per 1,000 in population to 606. That's for the elderly. And for dependency ratio for children, it will drop from 151 to 120. So that leaves more to be desired. The crux of the matter is the birth rate. Will the government publish a birth rate blueprint, so to speak, so as to boost a birth rate and increase the percentage of younger people in our population to tackle this challenge? We actively encourage people to give birth, and in terms of education, employment, labor protection, we strive to provide more facilitation measures to encourage women to have children. But the government does not intend to make it mandatory. Instead, we should encourage people to have children. In fact, low birth rate is not a unique problem in Hong Kong. This is faced by other Western countries as well. So we should draw up ways to encourage abled families to have children. Ms. Eunice Yong, this is a question on an aging population and health care. And of course, Secretary must be aware of the bigger problem in the bigger picture. It's not just about healthcare and population, but rather the population policy. In 2002, the Chief Secretary for Administration set up a task force on population policy. And in 2007, a steering committee was set up on population policy. In 2015, the population policy report was published. It set out various issues relating to our population, such as an aging population and other issues. The steering committee was later scrapped. It became a committee relating to manpower projection. So it seems that according to the Secretary, the focus is on manpower and the labor force. What about supporting measures to tackle the issue of an aging population? Because by 2069, in our population, there would be more than one elderly person per 3. So who should be responsible for tackling this problem? Secretary. Thank you, Ms. Yong, for the questions. In tackling the issue of an aging population, we need to take a multi-pronged approach. Now, the government has implemented measures to attract talents and nurture local talents in order to tackle the problem of a shrinking labor force. And definitely, in light of the aging population, there will be a greater demand for elderly services and healthcare services. As I've said in the reply, we have both improved hardware and software in supporting the aging population. Ms. Nixie Lam, thank you, Mr. President, Secretary. Ms. Lam, is the mic on? Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary. I think the shrinking labor force as a result of the aging population should be looked at squarely. This is also a problem facing the mainland. In the 2 sessions, some deputies mentioned extension of the retirement age. Well, because many elderly people are still very capable upon reaching the age of 65, are there measures to provide better support for those who have reached the age of 65 and wish to remain in the labor force? Secretary. Thank you for the question. The government has strived to implement measures to encourage the middle-aged and those of a high age to remain in the labor force. For example, we have an employment scheme for them. We also talk to employers and encourage them to hire elderly people to replenish the labor force. In fact, as recently announced in the budget, tax breaks up to 200% are provided for voluntary contribution to MPF account for those above the age of 65.
Government Bill First Reading, Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading, Secretary for Justice. President, I move the second reading of the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023. The bill seeks to amend the Legal Practitioners Ordinance and a subsidiary legislation to provide for admission of overseas lawyers as barristers in Hong Kong for national security cases, NS cases, and related matters. Under Section 27(4) of the Ordinance, Notwithstanding that a person is not qualified to practice generally in the Hong Kong SAR, if the court considers that the person is fit and proper to be barrister and is satisfied that they have the qualification required and it is in the public interest to admit the person on an ad hoc basis, the court has the power to admit that person for any particular case or cases. However, overseas lawyers not qualified to practice generally in the Hong Kong SAR may pose national security risks when practicing or acting as barristers in NS cases. At the request of the Chief Executive CE, the NPCSC gave an interpretation of Articles 14 and 17 of the Hong Kong National Security Law, Hong Kong NSL, on the 30th of December 2022. Pursuant to the interpretation, under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL, when the courts of the Hong Kong SAR encounter the question of whether an act involves national security or whether the evidence involves state secrets in a case concerning an offense endangering national security, they shall request and obtain a certificate from the CE on that question. The certificate shall be binding on the courts. In addition, the question of whether overseas lawyers not qualified to practice generally in the Hong Kong SAR may serve as defense counsel or legal representatives in national security cases is one that requires certification under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL, and a certificate from the CE shall be obtained. In response to questions by the media concerning the interpretation, an official the NPCSC as well as the Committee for Safeguarding National Security of the Hong Kong SAR support the government to introduce amendments to the ordinance. And in order to address the risks associated with overseas lawyers practicing here and to perform our constitutional duties to safeguard national security, we've decided to amend the ordinance to enhance the legal framework for ad hoc admission of overseas lawyers for NS cases. I now outline the key features. There are three fundamental principles. First, to resolve the question of whether an overseas lawyer may be admitted on an ad hoc basis for a NS case on a case-by-case basis instead of an across-the-board approach. B. An ad hoc admission of overseas lawyers in NS cases is an exceptional circumstance. C. An exceptional circumstance means that the CE has sufficient grounds for believing that the lawyer practicing or acting as a barrister for the NS case does not involve national security or is not contrary to the interests of the national security. I need to elaborate 2 points in the application of the bill. First, the provisions in the bill apply only to applications of ad hoc admission made before the bill comes into operation. In other words, these provisions do not apply to applications made or dealt with by the court before the bill comes into effect. Second, the provisions in the bill apply only to cases concerning national security, but not criminal, civil, or commercial matters not concerning national security. However, NS cases are not confined to criminal cases of national security. There are cases which are not criminal in nature, but concern national security. Say, for example, judicial review of statutory powers exercised for safeguarding national security. The process are in the following stages. The first stage is the pre-application screening process. The bill stipulates that before submitting an admission application to the court, the applicant is required to provide grounds and evidence that the application is an exceptional circumstance to the Secretary for Justice, SJ. The information is then forwarded by the SJ to the CE. The CE will issue a notice of permission to proceed only if the CE thinks there is a real prospect that the exceptional circumstance exists. The applicant then applies to the court for an ad hoc admission. If the CE refuses to issue the notice, the admission application cannot be made to the court. At this stage, the CE decides whether the CE will not make a final determination of whether the application is an exceptional circumstance. Well, the second stage may involve the following situations. I need to reiterate that the proposal in the bill applies only to NS cases. If the applicant and the SJ both agree that it is not an NS case, the applicant does not need to follow the screening process above. The application for ad hoc admission may be filed and dealt with according to the existing procedures and established principles. We believe that in general, based on their nature, issues, and evidence involved, there should be little difficulty to differentiate if a case concerns national security. Nevertheless, in the unlikely event that the court or the SJ takes the view that it is a NS case, but the applicant has not followed the screening process, the court should, on its own motion or at the request of the SJ, refer the matter to the CE for issuing a certificate under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL to determine whether it is a NS case. The determination is binding on the court. If the CE is of the view that it is an NS case, the applicant should follow the screening process and obtain a notice to proceed from the CE. For undisputed applications or applications in cases that the CE decides is an NS case, if notice to proceed has been obtained, as stipulated in the bill, the court must, under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL, request and obtain a certificate from the CE, certifying whether it is an exceptional circumstance. The CE must certify two matters. A. Whether the applicant's practicing or acting as a barrister for the case involves national security, and B. Whether the applicant's practicing or acting as a barrister for the case will be contrary to the interests of national security. Unlike the screening process in which the decision is on whether there is a real prospect that an exceptional circumstance exists, at this stage, the CE considers all relevant factors and makes a final determination. Under the bill, it also stipulates that apart from the CE from the certificate certifying that the applicant's practicing or acting as a barrister for the case will not be contrary to the interests of national security, or the applicant's practicing as a barrister for the case does not involve national security, otherwise the court must not admit the applicant. However, even if the CE certifies that the application is an exceptional circumstance, it doesn't mean that the application will be approved. The court will decide whether to exercise the discretion to admit, having considered the principle of public interest and relevant factors. To effectively address national security risk, we think it is necessary to introduce a review mechanism. It is because there may be a change in circumstances after the admission proceedings have been concluded, say discovery of new evidence or matters showing that the case is in fact an NS case, or in respect of an NS case, the change of circumstances may bring about additional or new risks. Under the circumstance, the court has to, on its own motion or at the request of the SJ, ask for a new certificate from the CE. We have to emphasize again that the bill has no adverse impact on the rule of law, the court's independence, judicial power as guaranteed by the Basic Law, and the parties' right to choose their legal representation and the right to a fair trial. Under the bill, as to whether a case concerns national security or if it is an exceptional circumstance, the decision of the CE is final and is not liable to be challenged in any way, including a judicial review. This is in line with the provision that the certificate shall be binding on the courts under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL and Article 2 of the Interpretation of the MPCSC, and the article repeats that the certificate of the CE shall be binding on the courts. Well, under the common law principle, the executive is in a better position than the judiciary to make assessment on matters involving national security. National security, like national defense or foreign affairs, are under the jurisdiction of the central authorities. The Hong Kong SAR has the constitutional duty to safeguard national security. As the head of the Hong Kong SAR, the CE is accountable to the Central People's Government for affairs relating to safeguarding national security. It is legitimate, reasonable, and logical that the CE acts as the gatekeeper. The proposal does not increase the power of the CE under Article 47 of the Hong Kong NSL. In relation to the right to legal representation enshrined in the Basic Law, it is not absolute. Court authorities clearly state that it refers to the right of choice of solicitors or barristers who are qualified to practice generally, but not overseas lawyers who are not qualified to practice in Hong Kong generally. Please remember that in most other jurisdictions, there is no similar ad hoc admission mechanism, let alone allowing an overseas lawyer who is not qualified to practice in that jurisdiction to participate in a national security case on an ad hoc basis. The current ad hoc admission mechanism in Hong Kong is, by comparison, rather liberal. The SAR government understands and agrees that this mechanism has a significance in the promotion of Hong Kong as an international dispute resolution center. We have, therefore, when considering the bill, and under the premise of performing our duty to safeguard national security, we try to keep the original mechanism as far as possible. Since the promulgation of the proposal, the Department of Justice has issued a paper to the Panel on Administration of Justice and Legal Service to introduce the proposal. On the 17th of March, in a panel meeting, we have consulted members, and we've also consulted the judiciary and the two legal professional bodies. I so submit. I ask for members' support. Thank you, President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
議員法案
Members' Bill, first reading. Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading. Professor Lau Chi-Pang. President, I move that. First of all, I declare that I am an Associate Vice President of the Lingnan University. President, I move that the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. The bill was published in the Gazette on the 24th of February and the 3rd of March 2023. The bill seeks to amend the Lingnan University Ordinance, Cap 1165, with the purpose of improving the governance of the Lingnan University, or LU, and preparing for its future growth. LU is one of the 8 local universities funded by the University Grants Committee. The LU was incorporated on the 30th of July 1999 following the enactment of the Lingnan University Ordinance. This marks the first time that the LU proposes amendments to the ordinance since its enactment. The LU Council, as the executive body of LU, reviews the governance arrangements on a regular basis and when the need arises. After reviewing the relevant provisions of the LU Ordinance and the current practice adopted, the LU Council considers that there is a need to clarify the LU Council's role in approving the policies governing the terms and conditions of service of staff and to empower the Senate to direct and regulate matters relating to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer. To facilitate future growth of the LU Council considers it necessary to strengthen its management team by allowing the appointment of up to 3 vice presidents to assist the president in running the university. Besides, to encourage participation of undergraduate and postgraduate students in university business and reflect students' views in the university governance structure, the LU Council proposes to expand the students' membership in the LU Council and the courts. The student representatives will be elected from undergraduate and postgraduate students so as to enhance student representation. In order to implement the above changes, the LU Council has proposed amendments to the LU Ordinance. At its meeting on the 16th of December 2022, the Panel on Education discussed the details of the bill. Subject to its passage, the LU Council will make statute governing the relevant elections and lay down guidelines on the procedures to appoint a vice president as a member of the council and/or the courts. President, as a member of the teaching staff and the associate vice president of the LU, as well as a council member elected from among eligible LU staff members, I introduce the bill to the council on behalf of the LU. I invite members to pass the proposals as soon as possible. Thank you. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading and debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Dr. Honorable So Jiang-Wing will move a motion on strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore renminbi business center. Honorable Rock Chen will move an amendment to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendment. Later, I will first call upon Dr. Honorable So Jiang-Wing to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Honorable Rock Chen to speak, but he may not move the amendment at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Dr. Honorable So Jiang-Wing to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion, as printed on the agenda, be passed. The SVB had problems with solvency, and then it became bankrupt, and it took only 48 hours. That's in the United States. And then for Swiss credit, again, the financial difficulties aggravated. Well, we have seen a very alarming situation in relation to financial stability all throughout the world. Last year, in the report to the 20th National Congress of the CCP, we understand that we need to have an orderly internationalization of the RMB. This is all because they have been insightful, and therefore it has sent out a clear message of internationalization of the RMB. Hong Kong dollar is linked to the US dollar. We are also the largest offshore renminbi center. Faced with the prevailing circumstances, I don't think we can stay out of it. And against such a background, bearing in mind the two factors, it is the right time for us to strengthen and expand the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore renminbi business center. This is also the best way to face with the financial risk, and we must also promote our growth impetus. I think we have to do the following. That is, we have to enhance two-way flow financially. We have to reduce the risk, and we should prevent being over-reliant upon the US dollar. We should also enhance the degree of the importance of renminbi. We should increase the trading efficiency. In this way, we can safeguard financial security of our nation. We can help with the internationalization of the renminbi. The renminbi deposits as well as the renminbi denominated assets should be important factors. And we should also deepen and broaden the offshore market for trading of renminbi denominated products. That's the best way to go about it. With more renminbi denominated products, with a diversification of the products, it will enrich the spectrum of products available in the Hong Kong market. And then for the RMB denominated products, if the capacity grows, it will also enhance the growth of our market. And then there will be more interest in having renminbi as the currency. It will provide favorable ecology for the development of RMB. Hong Kong is the largest offshore renminbi business center. As of the end of January 2023, the balance of the renminbi deposits in Hong Kong was up to $837 billion. And it accounts for 74.3% of the global trading activities. When compared with London and New York, Hong Kong is best placed to develop RMB-denominated products. It is inherent and nobody can replace the function of Hong Kong. I think it is beyond question as to whether we should go down such a route. I think what is worth discussing is the way to go about it. I have a few proposals, and I hope that other members would also offer their available comments. I just want to advise the government the following. First of all, we should have a deeper market for RMB-denominated stocks. And we should also have the dual counters for both Hong Kong dollar and RMB stocks. And then we should have the RMB counter that should be covered under the mutual access between the two markets. We can therefore reduce the cost, and there will be incentive to enhance the liquidity as well as the level of activities. We should consider reducing or exempting the stamp duty in relation to RMB denominated trading, or we should also reduce the cost of swapping the stocks between the two currency counters. We should also facilitate market making. And then for the transaction cost, there should be reduction measures or more incentives. And then we should make our market more attractive, and we should also introduce more products. Say, for example, IPO of Hong Kong stocks. And we should also have that covered by the mutual access schemes so that foreign investors can make use of the Stock Connect to take part in the primary market outside of the country. And we can also lower the threshold for individual investors to join the activities. And we should also streamline and simplify the structures. For Hong Kong stocks, we can then have more channels of capital. Second, for RMB denominated bonds, we should expand the market. We should provide more policy encouragement so that there will be more issuers and there will be more categories of bonds. And we should also encourage and facilitate the two-way activities of the Bond Connect. And we should also enhance the currency swap agreement. And we should make good use of the spread available. We should also make good use of the popularity of the green bond programs. We should encourage more offshore bonds to be issued in Hong Kong, and we should ride on the advantages as well as the policy advantages available here. We should also continue to make good use of the southward direction of the Bond Connect so that more RMB capital will come southwards. We should also innovate different types of derivatives products. Say, for example, we should have the national sovereign bonds being introduced to Hong Kong market. We should also expand the scenarios of applications. We should lower the thresholds, and we should also shorten the time for repurchase or the repo. Thirdly, this will encourage liquidity. Thirdly, we should enhance the RMB infrastructure as well as the market rules. For offshore RMB market infrastructure, that should be enhanced. We should also try to check. We should understand that it is not on a par with the European counterparts. In fact, we are not able to control the security on all fronts. And then among the banks, the clearing of RMB is indeed a question. Well, if there are unprecedented changes in the international arena, then there will be a vulnerable point, and this may obstruct and disrupt the development of the RMB business. We must make sure that the financial institutions will make use of Chinese RMB settlement and claiming system. This will lower the risk. We should also continue to make good use of the CMU so that for the onshore and offshore depository centers, there should be more cooperation. And finally, we should also promote the use of ECNY so that we can test it in Hong Kong and use it in Hong Kong. This is because for the digital RMB, it is decentralized so that we can counter the international settlement system, which is centered around US dollar. We must go all out to make sure that Hong Kong will become a testing ground for offshore use of digital RMB, and we should try to consider all the possible connections and make sure that all the financial systems will be safe and secure. So I spoke Thank you, Mr. President.
議題係
I now propose the question to you that Dr. So Chang-Wing's motion be passed. Mr. Rokshan. Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Dr. So Chang-Wing for moving this motion on strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center. My amendment is based on the premise of protecting the nation's financial security, and that we should further expand our offshore RMB business as well as the strategy of ECNY development. In the first meeting of the 14th National Meeting, a reform plan was published. The country has undertaken major reform of the financial system. The country has established a central regulatory body to conduct oversight on the financial system as well as to take forward the financial reforms. The reform highlights what's mentioned in the 20th National Party's report that we have to protect our financial system to prevent major incidents, which will be a security breach. As a result, we have to keep in mind our country's financial security in the development of our offshore RMB business. We have to ensure the safety and security of the country, and we have to build resilience against internal and external risks. Since year 2004, our RMB offshore business has been developing rapidly. We have been the largest offshore RMB business center. We have the biggest offshore RMB pool. We have very active RMB financing activities taking place in Hong Kong. With our Wealth Connect and Stock Connect schemes, we are a bridge for international investors to invest in the RMB-denominated stock markets. Our robust RMB market growth has made staunch contribution to the development of the country. Over the past few years, we have the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Stock Connect, Shenzhen Stock Connect, and different Wealth Management Connect scheme. In the future, I will continue to promote enhancing the connection between the financial systems between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. More RMB-denominated bonds, especially green bonds, should be issued in Hong Kong. And also there should be better collaboration between onshore and offshore RMB business centers. We have to build a most attractive RMB-denominated assets management center in Hong Kong and enhance our share in the market. Now, we have to align with the nation's development of digitalization of CNY. Hong Kong also supports the national strategy. We support establishing cross-boundary RMB settlements and clearance systems. We support the issuance and also the application of ECNY in Hong Kong. Hong Kong can be a testing ground for that. On this basis, the DAB proposes that in order to enhance the use of RMB in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong SAR government should strive for connection between our RTGS clearance system with other Southeast Asian countries' clearance system. Then we can enhance RMB as a means of settlement. We can enhance the scale of cross-boundary RMB payments by this. We look forward to seeing Hong Kong become the major RMB offshore settlement center in the world. Now, with better connection with the mainland's financial markets, while keeping the nation's financial security in mind, I support strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center. I urge members to support my amendments. I so submit.
財經事務及庫務局局長。
Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. So Chung Wing for moving this motion, and also I'd like to thank Mr. Rock Chan for moving an amendment. Let me say something about Hong Kong's role in promoting the internationalization of renminbi. At the closing sessions of the recent MPC and CPCCC, President Xi Jinping indicated that we are now in a irreversible historic progression of national revival. We should implement one country, two systems steadfastly and promote high quality growth, and Hong Kong will contribute to the national development and by playing to the full advantage of our own system. And under the 14th five-year plan frame, Hong Kong has an important function as a hub for offshore international RMB business. President Xi said on the 1st of July last year that Hong Kong should maintain its uniqueness and advantages as an international financial center, and also to increase our capacity for development and seize the historic opportunities for national development. Last week, I accompanied the CE in visiting various ministries and commissions in Beijing, including Ministry of Finance, PBOC, and China Securities Regulatory Commission. The relevant ministries and commissions have indicated their support for Hong Kong's maintenance as an international financial center. Hong Kong remains the biggest offshore renminbi business hub, as at the end of 2022, the total amount of settlement is close to 1 trillion renminbi. And according to SWIFT, about 75% of offshore renminbi payments are settled through Hong Kong. Hong Kong's strength in this business area is not just reflected by the above figures. There are other indicators. In 2022, under our real-time gross settlement system, on a daily basis, the transaction amount was 16.54 trillion renminbi, up nearly 10% from 2021. And this figure is on the rise continuously. In 2022, according to a triennial survey of foreign exchange and derivatives market turnover by the Bank for International Settlements, Hong Kong remains the biggest over-the-counter interest rate derivative markets for offshore renminbi, and the total settlement amount has grown from $107.6 billion in April 2019 to the $191.2 billion in April 2022, up 77.7%. And for derivatives, the daily transaction amount has increased from $12.7 billion in April 2019 to $14.7 billion in April 2022, up 15.5%. There are a variety of renminbi-denominated products, including dim sum bonds, ETFs, REITs, and precious metal futures. Before I hear what members have to say about this subject, let me say something about our plan in promoting the internationalization of renminbi. First of all, we would strengthen the interconnection schemes. The government, the SFC, and the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited will work with our mainland counterparts to implement measures which have the support of the regulatory bodies on both sides. For example, last week we have implemented further rules concerning the recognition of qualified security traders in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai, so that more foreign companies and more stocks are listed in Shenzhen and and Shanghai will be recognized and by the system. And we will also work closely with mainland ministries and commissions in providing more risk management products, including issuing of sovereign bonds in Hong Kong, so as to promote the interaction and integration of Hong Kong and the mainland markets. And secondly, we are going to we have introduced laws to exempt duty for dual counter market makers in Hong Kong, and also the introduction at the Hong Kong X, the Hong Kong dollar renminbi dual counter mode, so as to encourage more renminbi denominated stocks. We hope that this would provide a catalyst for more offshore renminbi denominated stocks transaction. We are also going to promote the use of Hong Kong as a platform to issue local government bonds. We'll make the best use of the successful experience of Shenzhen municipal government and Hainan provincial government in issuing the offshore renminbi denominated bonds to promote Hong Kong as a platform for offshore renminbi bonds. And we're going to strengthen our CMU run by the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, so as to ensure that we have the capacity to support the long-term development of renminbi. Renminbi internationalization is an important national strategy. We are going to provide more policy support for high-quality growth. We'll implement relevant measures in an orderly manner and give full play to our vitality and capacity so that we can contribute to national development. I'll listen closely to members' speeches, and then I will provide response in a comprehensive manner later. Thank you.
Mr. Ronnie Chan. Madam Deputy, the country attaches high importance to promoting the development of Hong Kong's offshore RMB business market to strengthen our position as the largest offshore RMB hub, and we have been doing quite well. I thank Dr. So Jianwing for moving this motion to strengthen and expand our advantage as the largest offshore RMB business center. I support the motion and the amendment. Last year, despite global economic downturns, because of the COVID, in Hong Kong, our RMB business has seen development. Reasons include the arbitrary use of financial sanctions issued by Western countries. Many countries have to resort to settlements in RMB, and also with the interest hike in the US, different countries have reduced their reliance on USD. Now, RMB is a stable international currency. Last year has shown that, and with the continuous opening of the country's financial market, it's created favorable condition for RMB business. In year 2022, all indicators of RMB business in Hong Kong has increased. We have more products, and the transaction activity was very robust. Now we should seize the opportunity while the country is internationalizing RMB. Besides being the largest offshore RMB business hub, we have the largest RMB fund pool, and the daily turnover ranks the first in the world. I will not repeat the figures, but here are some figures. Now, dim sum bond denominated RMB, $968 billion wealth last year, 86% increase, and also RMB wealth management market is getting more matured. There are already 692 recognized RMB products in Hong Kong. As the third quarter last year, insurance policies in RMB was worth $2.52 billion. Now we have very big advantages in terms of our good geographical locations and also our connection with the country. Now with the RCEP, it deepens cooperation between Asian economies. It also expedites the internationalization of RMB and increasing demand for RMB settlements. President Xi, in the first summit of cooperation between the country and the Gulf countries, mentioned that RMB settlements would be developed for settling products like petrol. Now, externally, the supply mechanism to enhance RMB liquidity would be enhanced, and also the risk structure would be enhanced. Now, we have to formulate strategy and lead the direction of growth for the markets. There are three directions. First, in line with the national strategy to internationalize RMB, we should play the role as a bridgehead between the world and the country and enhance our offshore RMB system and settlement system, enhance the robustness of our infrastructure, and enhance different markets, including insurance, investments, and so on, and enhance the hedging function and saving function of RMB. Two, establishing a risk management center of RMB along Belt and Road, and hence to make good use of our huge market as well as the wide diversity of our RMB products, support settlements by RMB for infrastructure products as well as research transferable projects. Three, promoting cross-boundary use of RMB in the GBA, deliberately using RMB to promote business in the GBA, facilitates cross-boundary asset transfer, bond issuance, and also security issuance through RMB, enhancing cross-boundary payments method and wealth connect schemes, and attracts more GBA cities to issue RMB bonds in Hong Kong. Now, the 20th National Party's report said that we have to orderly promote the internationalization of RMB. This is how the country is showing its commitment to the world. We have to strive for more opportunities to enhance RMB settlements function in Hong Kong so that Hong Kong can play a staunch role for the country in this effort. Thank you. Dr. Low Wai Kwok. Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Dr. So Chang Wing for moving the original motion and Mr. Ruck Chen for moving the amendment. I and the BPA support the government to collaborate with our central ministries to enhance our international status and develop the due flow of RMB, as well as enhancing our function as an offshore RMB business center. Now, offshore RMB business means the saving and deposits of RMB offshore. It is closely related to the country's development. Our country is the second largest economy in the world. RMB is a widely used currency in the world. In year 2015, it became the fifth major tool for settlements in the world. In Hong Kong, we have a very efficient and robust financial infrastructure. We are at a position to offer markets players facilitation to trade in RMB. According to international figures, more than 70% of RMB settlements taking place in the world are done in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is the largest RMB fund pool besides the mainland, worth more than 600 billion RMB. And we have the one country, two systems strength. We have the support of the country to develop us into the largest offshore RMB business center. Other financial centers cannot compare. The National 14th Five-Year Plan specifies that the country supports Hong Kong to elevate its status as an international financial center. Now, strengthening our position as a world RMB fund management center and risk management center is our target. Now, we have different Wealth Connect and Stock Connect schemes rolled out over the past few years. It is a unique channel for overseas investors to invest in the Chinese market. We have Shanghai Connect, Shenzhen Connect, Wealth Management Connect, and different mutual recognition schemes. Our offshore RMB business can help promoting the due flow of RMB liquidity assets. Now, we can help overseas investors to invest in RMB assets and also help mainland investors to invest in overseas assets. Madam Deputy, the BPA has, through numerous channels, suggested to the HKSAR governments that we should take a multi-pronged approach to promote our RMB business capacity and quantity. More mainland cities should be invited to issue municipal RMB bond in Hong Kong, and also more corporates should be attracted to Hong Kong to issue green bonds so that we can become a green finance hub. More choices should be offered in terms of RMB denominated products. And also, for the next stage, we should engage in studies and speed up testing for ECNY and EHKD. There should be faster development of cross-boundary e-payments with e-wallets. This will help us upgrade our RMB business in Hong Kong. Madam Deputy, we have to play our traditional strength as the international financial hub. We should contribute to the efforts in internationalizing RMB. However, we have to stay alert to make sure that effective measures are taken to mitigate systemic financial risks, to protect Hong Kong as well as the nation's financial security. European countries and the US have so-called better regulation on financial products. However, in year 2008, the Lehman Brothers insolvency crisis caused a global financial tsunami. We were also affected. Recently, the Silicon Valley Bank and the Credit Suisse went into crisis. The crisis is still ongoing. It caused a shockwave to the global financial markets. So we cannot be complacent. Hong Kong must take measures to help the innovation of RMB business, of our RMB business. However, we have to tread carefully. Madam Deputy, I so submit. I support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
家標議員。
Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, Deputy Chair. First of all, I'm grateful to Dr. So Chang Wing. We have a financial crisis looming, and there are lots of volatilities in the markets. So by moving this motion, he lets us know about our advantages. We are an international financial city. We have our advantages, so we can contribute significantly in the modernization of our motherland. One country, two systems provides the dual engines of growth. We have the staunch support of the motherland, and we're well connected with the rest of the world. Being an offshore RMB center, it will help with the two-way flow of RMB. This is important. It is key. China is the largest trading nation and is becoming a very important importing nation. So in fact, China is a major buyer in large quantities of commodities, fuels, food, etc. Are also products that many countries would like to sell to our motherland. Our national strength is growing, and the value of currency is also growing. I think many people would like to welcome RMB-denominated activities and transactions. For rich countries in the Gulf, I think they would like to have more and more RMB. Probably they have got a favorable trade balance. They would like to seek avenues for their RMB that have been saved. It is a capitalist world. When you have a lot of RMB, you want to enrich the value of the RMB that you have in hand. This is where Hong Kong has an advantage. We account for 70% of the RMB settlement activities, and we have 60% of the deposits. So Hong Kong is well placed as an offshore RMB center. We have many products, and they flow in two directions. Many countries have got RMB in hand. Where would they like to invest? They must come to Hong Kong. Therefore, President Xi visited the Middle East, and then a few weeks later, Mr. John Lee, our CEO, went to the Middle East to echo the efforts. They want to invest their RMB. They want to increase the value. The mainland has got a lot of advanced technologies, and in fact, we have got good opportunities to offer. So Hong Kong has this mission, has this function, has this role to play, and this is important for us to make good use of this tool for the national rejuvenation. Well, we have to talk about diversification of products. Now, by having a rich spectrum of products and by having a large capacity, it means that we are very strategic in our development. Hong Kong will have the capacity to become a rating agency for bonds. In this way, we don't have to rely upon the so-called objective credit rating agencies in the Western world. We can take the initiative. Now, more and more currencies like RMB, which will be given importance, will become the currency which will see more bonds being issued here. And so I think it is right for us to develop our own rating system. I'm a grassroots. I'm not familiar with the financial services sector. So apart from the major principles, perhaps I should float some ideas to check whether they are viable. But still, I hope the Secretary will comment on that. There are 6 points. First of all, for the issuance of RMB Social Security bonds that would be available to the MPF. Second, in the GBA, there should be RMB denominated annuities. There are people who go to the GBA to work and live. I think upon retirement, we should be able to get the annuity. And then thirdly, maybe contractors can choose between Hong Kong dollar and RMB for settlement of payments. And then for civil servants, upon retirement, when they get their pension or their MPF, they should have a choice between RMB and Hong Kong D. And then there should be a statutory sort of factor to be considered. And finally, can there be a open commitment that is part of our reserves should be RMB denominated assets so as to have financial security. Your time is up. Mr. Martin Liao, for the 20th for the report to the 20th National Congress of the CCP, it is said that there should be orderly internationalization of the RMB. In Hong Kong, I think we should enhance our offshore renminbi business. And in fact, Hong Kong can play its role well as an asset management center. With the strong support of the motherland, Hong Kong has become the largest global offshore RMB business hub, dealing with over 75% of the RMB settlement. 80% of the RMB bonds have been issued in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong has got 820 billion RMB deposits, 60% of the offshore RMB deposits. We can see that for RMB internationalization, there is still a long journey. RMB is getting more and more important in international trade settlements. I think the difficulty is that RMB should become a currency for trading, investment, and eventually as a currency for reserves. For our offshore RMB business, there are many opportunities. We should make good use of the golden opportunities of internationalization of RMB, and we should also make good use of our advantages and help our motherland in completing the process of internationalization of RMB. We should enhance our role as a global offshore RMB business hub. I think there are 2 ways to go about it. First of all, we should make sure that we have very good capacity on our own. We should have a good ecology for RMB. There should be more RMB products, and we should make sure that the infrastructure is sound and right. Say, for example, for eligible organizations in Shanghai, they should be allowed to have CIPS. And then we should also implement cross-boundary settlement of ECNY. And then we should make good use of all the Connect schemes, Bond Connect, Stock Connect, cross-boundary wealth management connect, and mutual recognition of funds between mainland and Hong Kong. We should lower the threshold. We should also consider the Connect schemes covering insurance products. And then for eligible QFIIs, as well as the RQFIIs, there should be better coordination, streamline the procedures relax the limits so that we can, against the background of sanctions and against the background of weaponization of the US dollar, we can attract the attention of international investors. They would like to diversify the risk, and then we can encourage them to increase their holding of RMB assets. And then we should also help Chinese enterprises which would like to go global, and they should be able to use RMB in their offshore science and technology parks. And more issuers should be encouraged to come to Hong Kong to issue dim sum bonds. And we can also lower the cost on the part of enterprises to use US dollar for settlement and payment. And then with the RCEP, Hong Kong and the mainland China, as well as the relevant countries, will be engaged in a lot of cooperation opportunities, and it will grow. And then there will be a growing demand for RMB for the purpose of settlement. We should encourage RMB to be adopted as the currency for settlement. We should take the initiative to invite the countries to come here to establish a commodity market that is RMB denominated. Well, in fact, maybe we should echo the proposal of President Xi. And then we should also help to achieve carbon neutrality, and we should help the mainland to develop its economy, and we should also assist as a middleman between mainland China as well as the Middle Eastern countries. And then there should be the development of the carbon market, and then we can reduce the carbon emissions. I support Dr. So's motion, so I spoke. Ms. Eunice Yong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of Dr. So Chang-wing's motion. Strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center. In the report to the 20th National Congress, it is said that there should be orderly internationalization of RMB. And in fact, President Xi, at a session of the National People's Congress, said that facing fierce global competitions, we must open up new areas and new tracks in development and foster new growth drivers and new streams. We should make good use of RMB for the purpose of asset allocation, develop the industries, and try to enhance our influence. Currently, for the external forces and in the light of the conflicts and confrontations, we know that the geopolitical risks are growing. And then, in fact, by having the RMB, it can support the development of the real economy. Well, we have the dual circulation development layout. By developing RMB, it can facilitate our trade. Hong Kong is well placed as an international financial center, and therefore it is an important city to promote internationalization of RMB. We should consider developing our advantages, make good use of the opportunities of the 14th Five-Year Plan, the GBA development plan, so that we can further enhance our status as an offshore RMB business center and add vitality to the ecology and try to enhance the mutual access of the markets. Well, for Hong Kong to assist in the RMB internationalization, we have a few favorable factors. First, attracting investors. Second, helping mainland enterprises and investors in investing offshore products. We have problems with free convertibility. If RMB is freely convertible, then it means that we have to face the risk in the US dollar-dominated world. And then to prevent the risk, we have put in place capital account restrictions. Well, in fact, we know that for economy, we have to consider that sometimes it is a matter of give and take. And for internationalization of RMB, I think Hong Kong has a very unique role to play. Hong Kong dollar is linked to the US dollar. In other words, we have given up our independence of currency policies, but then we have free convertibility and a free flow of capital. For Hong Kong, we've been leading RMB business. We have the largest offshore RMB liquidity pool. Hong Kong is an IFC. Hong Kong is the main battleground in relation to this matter. So in the process of RMB internationalization, we can develop more tools and products. And in fact, there have been a number of connect schemes like Bond Connect, Stock Connect, etc. I think we can further enhance the RMB denominated structure. For Chinese enterprises listed in Hong Kong, they should try with RMB denominated activities. First of all, we can enhance the proportion of RMB internationalization, and it can have an impact on the decisive factor. Thirdly, we can provide capital for development. And fourthly, we can also enhance the volume of credit available. Well, in fact, we have the mutual access, which we have the currency swap agreement between Hong Kong MA and the POBC. It is good because it can strengthen the connection between the Hong Kong market and the mainland market. In other words, we can uphold our status as a hub. I think this is the most important task for us. The Hong Kong government must make sure that we work harder to connect with the mainland authorities to enhance the ecology, and then there will be better connections. In this way, our infrastructure for the offshore RMB business will be enhanced, and then we can help with the internationalization of the RMB. Thank you.
主席，
Mr. Chen Pui-leung. Madam Deputy, I want to express my support for Dr. So Chung-wing's motion and Mr. Rock Chan's amendment. Hong Kong is the biggest offshore renminbi business center. We should develop Hong Kong in this capacity, and we should pay attention to risks in the process of development. Under the 14th five-year plan of the country, internationalization of renminbi is the way to go. Since 2004, when we started our offshore renminbi business, we have become the biggest offshore renminbi center in the world. In the process of internationalization of renminbi, we have been the pioneer. So we enjoy unique advantages and as a pioneer, and this would enhance our continued development as a status of the leading hub for offshore renminbi business, and Hong Kong would be the leading settlement and product issuance center. We handle more than 70% of offshore renminbi business, and we have a pool of more than 800 billion renminbi. Hong Kong is uniquely positioned. We enjoy the geographical advantages, and we have the best financial infrastructure possible, so that we can be a bridge between mainland and the wider world. This is we act as an important conduit for attracting investment to China and for mainland businesses to go global. We have to understand that renminbi interest rate is not totally market-oriented. So we still have a lot of room for development. For the renminbi denominated assets offered to foreign investors, there's still a wide gap between such products and foreign currency denominated products. We should enhance our innovation and explore more products denominated in renminbi so as to expand our business scope. And since the capital account and capital movement control have not been relaxed by the mainland, so we should take a gradual approach and move ahead prudently. And we should have the awareness that we need to pay attention to systemic risk in renminbi development, and also to prevent international capital from exploiting the loophole. And renminbi's function as a reserve currency would continue to grow. Overseas investors will more and more rely on renminbi as one of the reserve currencies, and that will lead to our business. So developing renminbi business in Hong Kong would not just enhance our status as a financial hub, it will also strengthen our status, not just for renminbi business. This will also be conducive to the integration of our economic future into the National Development Plan. Mr. Carmen Ken, I declare my interest as someone who works in a bank with renminbi business. I support the motion and the amendment. In recent years, renminbi is more and more recognized internationally. This is the second largest cross-border settlement, the fifth largest international payment currency, and the fifth biggest reserve currency. And recently there's been some discussion about petroleum trade denominated in renminbi for oil, petroleum trade. Hong Kong is a hub for offshore renminbi transaction, but we have to be mindful about the recent financial risks in the US and Switzerland, and the transmission of their risk to Hong Kong. We should do our best to prevent the systemic risk. So we should leverage on the advantages offered by the one country, two system arrangement. I think this is the very purpose of the motion, of today's motion. First of all, I'd like to make four suggestions. That the recent reform package by the Central People's Government and the CCP has mandated the development of a central regulatory body so that we can develop our economy in a coordinated manner with mainland, and our infrastructure for renminbi business and the activities has room for development. In the early 2020, Singapore is trading 5 times as much renminbi products than Hong Kong. We should have more renminbi denominated products to satisfy the needs of overseas investors. And recent year, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange has announced futures products with their renminbi denominated products. Do we have similar things to offer? I think the government should, as far as possible, implement the proposal in issuing sovereign bonds in Hong Kong. And we should provide better depth, including the mutual recognition of ETF and other products. We should continue to develop the dual Hong Kong dollar renminbi dual counter mode, issue more green bonds, expand the scope and depth of the renminbi business foundation. We should promote investment scope of individual and the other interconnections and mutual access schemes such as Wealth Management Connect, so as to satisfy the needs of individual investors. And we should explore the possibility of closed management system for renminbi business and cooperate with Shanghai, and also to promote the digital currency program for renminbi, and to make the best use of the opportunity offered by the GBA initiative. And we should also enhance the openness of different countries in the RCEP, and Hong Kong should join the RCEP as soon as possible. And we should strengthen our local currency swap arrangements so that more the countries will use Hong Kong for bulk transactions involving their dual currencies. And also we should project this business opportunity to the Belt and Road Initiative. And with the internet expansion of China's influence globally, there is a greater opportunity offered by renminbi. We should seize the opportunity and comprehensively develop our business, our offshore renminbi business. With this remark, I support the motion and the amendment. Dr. Priscilla Leung. Madam Deputy, recently we had the MPC and CPPC sections, and Zhao Leji met with the Hong Kong MPC delegation, and he indicated that Hong Kong is the biggest investment destination for the country, and Hong Kong is the biggest offshore renminbi center. And Hong Kong is a city that showcases China's attraction and achievement. So the country has attached a lot of importance to Hong Kong status as an offshore renminbi business. In a recent summit in Saudi Arabia, President Xi gave an important speech looking back at the development. And he said that China will continue to cooperate with the Bay Area and the countries. There will be a new cooperation framework set out in respect of petroleum and gas transactions, and also the cooperation in clean energy and the possibility of settlement through renminbi. I make a suggestion to MPC, therefore, on this subject, and that is we should set up the biggest petroleum futures exchange in Shanghai and Hong Kong. The US has set up such an exchange years ago. So either you go to New York, or you can use the brand, North Sea brand trading platform. The New York Futures Exchange is the biggest platform in Hong Kong, and for the North Sea brand petroleum market is the biggest in Europe. There's no mature petroleum trading platform in Asia. In 2013, the Shanghai Futures Exchange set up an international trading center in the free trade area in Shanghai. The transaction amount has been stable, but very few from abroad participated in the business of the exchange. For the other two trading platforms in the US and in Europe, they are all common law jurisdictions. And Hong Kong is the only common law jurisdiction in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong dollar is freely convertible. So when our country wants to break the current mode of international trade, the best way is to do it with Hong Kong as a participant. Of course, the Shanghai has led the way in setting up a trading platform. And President Xi has been working very hard in fostering diplomatic ties. But if we are to use renminbi for petroleum trade, there are still obstacles to overcome. But if our country can use Hong Kong as a platform because we have freely convertible Hong Kong dollar and a common law jurisdiction, which will be very familiar to international traders. If we do this, then we can buy time for the development of digital renminbi, so that the scope can be established. It's time to start the study. So that we do this so that investors can choose to settle the accounts by renminbi or Hong Kong dollar. Then we can make use of the advantages of Hong Kong dollar to develop the international market. My proposal has been responded to positively by the regulatory bodies in China. Mr. Agent Ho,
修正案表示支持。
I support Dr. So's Chang Wing's motion and the amendment moved by Mr. Rock Chan. Hong Kong is a leading renminbi center. According to statistics in last July, we have a total balance of 919.6 billion renminbi. The total amount of transaction amount is equivalent to 70% of the global total. But we need to work harder and seize the opportunities for new business so as to preempt the possibility of Hong Kong being replaced. In London, in 2011, they also set up a offshore renminbi center. In 2019, after a rapid growth period, it has become a very important renminbi foreign exchange trading platform. And with this new trading center in Europe, Hong Kong should make use of our advantages and seize the opportunity presented by the 14th five-year plan of the country and the GBA initiative, so that we can strengthen our status as an offshore renminbi center. Hong Kong is an international financial center in Asia. We have some specific advantages because of the one country, two system arrangement. Having said that, we still need to further strengthen our status as offshore renminbi center. According to SWIFT, renminbi's share as a settlement currency has risen to 2.7%, and therefore the government should introduce more investment products denominated in renminbi, such as buying offshore bonds with renminbi. We should make use of our status as an international market, expand the scope of renminbi business, and we should also consider allowing the Hang Seng Index constituent stocks to be settled and traded in renminbi, so that we can promote more activities in renminbi-denominated products. And we should also pay attention to the future development of digital renminbi. We should be well prepared and do the tests necessary to facilitate this, so that our banking sector and our financial sector understand the trend of digital renminbi, and also to promote cross-boundary transaction and settlement in renminbi. In the 20th CPC Congress, the plan to internationalize renminbi has been announced. This would mean a better external circulation of economic factors through renminbi. Hong Kong has a mature financial center. We have a laissez-faire market, and the government should come up with the necessary measures and policies to leverage on these advantages offered by the mainland and strengthen our liaison and connection with the mainland. There should be a great wider range of variety in renminbi products, so as to enhance our status and also to contribute to the internationalization of renminbi. I support the motion and the amendment.
Mr. Holden Chow. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Dr. Shou Cheng-Wing's original motion and Mr. Rock Chen's amendment. I give my full support for Hong Kong to become the largest offshore RMB business center to expand the advantage. Madam Deputy, here are some figures. As at the end of 2021, cross-boundary settlements conducted by RMB amounted to $36 trillion. As at the end of 2021, main investors holding overseas assets in RMB dollars amounted to over $10 trillion. These figures were published in the past reports of the PBOC. Now, in May 2020, the International Monetary Fund has increased the weighting of RMB in international shares from 10.92% to 12%. It shows that the international world is recognizing the free liquidity of RMB. Now, the 20th National Congress report mentioned that we should orderly promote the internationalization of the RMB. It shows that the central government is acting in response of the intense geopolitical tension. We must enhance the speed of which we internationalize RMB. All along, we have been the largest offshore RMB business center. We have been using our advantages to promote the internationalization of RMB. Now, for the way forward, members have put forward different views, including offering a wider range of RMB-denominated products, maturing our dual counter stock arrangement, and more Hong Kong stock products can be settled with RMB as the RMB counter. And there are also sovereign bond in RMB. Now, with the current international situation, the demand for RMB-denominated investment products and other products would be greatly enhanced. Why do I say that? While the USD, because of the US government's bid to use the USD as a means of financial sanction and a political tool, it weakens the credibility of international settlement system like SWIFT. And also, recently, there are banks going bankrupt in the US. It is because under the hyper active interest rates environment, it enhanced the liquidity risk. In other words, even local US bonds were depreciated and were offloaded quickly. It is the reason why there are already several banks which have collapsed or on the brink of collapse. Under this environment, global investors would have less confidence in US-denominated bonds and investment products. They would reduce their reliability on USD, and on the other hand, they would invest in products denominated in other currencies to shed the risk. Now, there will only be more and ever higher demand for RMB products. Now, amidst the trouble caused by the Western world themselves, global investors would have higher demand for RMB. Now, given the future demand for RMB, and given that there will be other cities competing with us to become an offshore RMB business center, we have to consolidate our strength as the largest offshore RMB business center. Thank you so much. Dr. Tan Yuehen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of Dr. So Cheng Wing's motion and Mr. Rock Chen's amendment. Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center in terms of infrastructure development, RMB settlements, and also products design, as well as transaction, we have seen very good results here. With multiple geopolitical factors playing a reform is due. Now, the fluctuation is very high, and the market is volatile, and the demand is higher for RMB. We have to seize the development opportunities to promote the development of RMB. These are my suggestions. First, fostering an active RMB regional ecosystem. Hong Kong is playing an active role in the Belt and Road Initiative. We are expanding the application scenarios of RMB. With our strength, we can enhance the use of RMB in settlements in terms of marine logistics, cross-boundary settlements, and so on. There will be more application scenarios for RMB and further enhance the radiating effect of RMB in the region. With Belt and Road as the investment platform, we can enhance the investments of RMB in Southeast Asian countries, and through policy facilitation, we should support investors to finance for RMB in Hong Kong. Now, the RMB funding they get will be directed into different segments in their own economies. It will enhance the turnover as well as the application of RMB. Now, we have the HKEX dual counter model. We are already implementing the arrangements. When the measure matures, it will enhance and it will provide a better application scenario for RMB as a fund currency. It will also enhance the process of internationalization of RMB. Second, financial institutions have a great role to play in terms of internationalization of RMB. Now, seizing the opportunities to develop RMB bond, they should issue overseas RMB bonds. Now, in the current market, we should develop more risk mitigation products denominated in RMB, including dim sum bonds or ETF products in RMB. These risk mitigation tools will help Hong Kong to become the biggest RMB wealth management center in the world. Now, we have to give full play to our synergy effects and give full play to the licensing system in our banking ecosystems to offer more service solutions in RMB. Now, about the Central People's Bank's ECNY, it will become a new vessel in our market. We have to actively promote the integration of ECNY into our cross-boundary investments channels. Now, Hong Kong is a testing ground for ECNY. We are exploring the role played by digital currency in cross-boundary settlements. When an ecosystem is built in the mainland with the ECNY, I believe that business will come. It will develop more application scenarios in the GBA. So we should play the role as a coordinator and enhance the internationalization of the RMB. Now, this is also mentioned in the two sessions meetings. We should pursue high quality opening, especially system opening. Hong Kong must seize the opportunities brought about by the opening up of system to contribute on the path of internationalization of RMB. Thank you. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support and thank of Dr. So Chang-Wing's motion and the amendment moved by Mr. Rukshan. The National 5-Year Plan supports Hong Kong to play a role as the largest offshore RMB hub. On the 1st of July, President Xi also said the country supports Hong Kong to give full play to its traditional strength as well as consolidate our role as an international financial center. We should align with the national strategies as GBA, development, Belt and Road, and circulations. Now, we have to orderly promote internationalization of RMB. In his first policy address, the CE mentioned that we have to play the role of the largest offshore RMB business center. We should increase the number of financial tools denominated in RMB and enhance our competitiveness. Recently, internationalization of RMB has seen great results. According to SWIFT, in year 2023, in January, RMB payments amount to 1.91% of payments made in the world. It is the 5th largest payments tool. According to IMF, in year 2022, in third quarter, in terms of foreign exchange fund, in terms of foreign currency, RMB accounts for 2.7%, ranking 5th. IMF also increased RMB's weighting in SDR from 10.92% to 12.28%. It highlights the recognition of the international community for the free flow of RMB. We can expect that in the internationalization of RMB, we can continue to play an important role. This will be an infinite growth impetus for us. Now, there are 3 things we have to do in terms of contributing more. First, we have to enhance the diversity of RMB products and enhance the application scale of cross-boundary RMB settlements. We have to enhance RMB's application in the international world and financial markets and promote the use of RMB in terms of the asset portfolios and also expand the deal flow of RMB in the GBA and direct cross-boundary consumption investments in RMB. Now we have to explore the feasibility of linking up CNY with our currency through FPS, and also more products denominated in RMB should be offered. Now, Hong Kong is a risk management center. There should be more RMB-denominated bonds, stocks, future funds, and precious metal products. There should be a better connectivity system, including Future Connect and New Stock Connect. We should increase the number of RMB risk management tools for investors to hedge the risk. We should also enhance our regulatory system. We should make use of our financial infrastructure to enhance the current settlements, custodial, and also transaction system, and enhance the due counter system. We have to lower the transaction costs and enhance turnover in the markets. We should deepen and widen the RMB markets in Hong Kong. We should enhance RMB green financing. I suggest introducing more municipal green bond and also green bond issuance from other corporates in Hong Kong. There should be retail bonds so that more individual investors can join the market. This will enhance the developments of our trade and also enhance our contribution to the green infrastructure projects along Belt and Road. Thirdly, we have to continue to conduct publicity campaign to the global investors on how RMB can contribute to risk management. This will diversify their portfolio and it will pique their interest. We have to promote the prospects of the country's economic growth and also the attractions of RMB. These will strengthen our position as an offshore RMB business center. I so submit.
Professor William Wong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Thank you, Madam Deputy. When it comes to strengthening the advantage of Hong Kong as an offshore RMB center, of course, the most important point is about promoting ECNY. As early back as 2014, ECNY at the retail level has been introduced. Well, as of end of 2020. For the RMB deposits, we are talking about $1 trillion. And then for the offshore RMB settlement, 75% took place in Hong Kong. For us to drive the digitalization of CNY, I think we are well placed. Cybersecurity, etc., has matured. Many countries are considering the launching of central bank digital currencies or digital currencies launched by currency boards. Mobile payments, electronic payments developed rapidly on the mainland. This forms the basis for eCNY. There's also demand for eCNY. On the mainland, they are still testing the use of eCNY. In 2020, at the Beijing Olympics, eCNY was available, covering many accounts. And then the testing result was favorable. In Hong Kong, we are the first place where we have cross-boundary use and trial of the eCNY. We are trying to use the FPS as the means to add value to the electronic wallet for eCNY. It will be good if it is successful to benefit people living, working, studying on the mainland, and it can enhance the connection between Hong Kong and the mainland. Madam Deputy, to deepen the development of RMB, I think we should consider the following. eCNY should become one of the major trading currencies of RCEP, which have members like New Zealand, Thailand, etc., which are actively considering the visibility of their own CBDC. CBDC has become the infrastructure of the financial markets of different countries. In future, China and RCEP members will have cooperation within that setting. There are opportunities for that to be deepened. It is said that Hong Kong may be accepted as a member this year as an RCEP member. This will enhance our trade with the other RCEP members. It will also enhance our financial advantages. It will also drive eCNY as a trading currency. And then the GBA can become the place to try our blockchains. And then in this way, Hong Kong can also contribute towards the dual circulation. By having the eCNY, this is a way to counter the dominance of the US dollar. The US dollar has been dominating, but then the US government has incurred huge levels of debts, and they have been driving up the inflation rates. Many countries are sort of seeking to the US dollar process. So if the eCNY becomes mature, then it will become a choice for those countries that would like to shed the influence of the US dollar. We should make good use of our advantages, and we should drive the use of eCNY. Thank you. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Madam Deputy, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. So for moving this motion. The economy of our motherland is growing rapidly, and our opening up is also increasing. There is huge room for development of RMB. Hong Kong should continue to strengthen the RMB capital market, enhance the operational efficiency, and we should promote asset management, risk management, and we should promote the greater use of RMB therein. There should be more incentives to use RMB for cross-boundary trading and direct investment, so the RMB will become more prevalent in the real economy. In Hong Kong, for our offshore RMB pool, I think the growth has slowed down. We are yet to reach the mark of $1 trillion, 1 trillion RMB. The liquidity pool isn't that big for us to attract the investors to come to issue bonds and to issue stocks. We are not very attractive. Therefore, we need to find ways to enlarge the pool. For 2023, the year 2023, on the 6th of February, the Hong Kong MA senior management said that we need to maintain at least 1.1 times of the Hong Kong dollars foreign reserves before we can support the linked exchange rate. But then the FS said that we have about 1.7 times the Hong Kong dollar. So I would suggest that we should talk to the mainland counterparts, that is with the motherland's support. That is why we maintain a particular level of foreign exchanges to support our linked exchange rate. We should consider swapping some of the US dollar into RMB in relation to our foreign reserves. That is the amount that is in excess. And then we can add to the RMB pool. And then at a July financial summit, President Xi said that financial services would be important as one of the competitive edge, and financial security is also important. We should guard against financial security risks. And then I know that there will be a new institution to look into financial security. There has been an institutional reform. For us, I think we should echo that. In particular, if we are to develop offshore RMB business and if we are to enlarge the RMB pool, then all the more we need to safeguard the safety and security of the circulation of RMB here. We should prepare for future volatilities. With greater circulation of RMB, we should guard against the financial risk. Therefore, I believe that we should also become a green RMB center in the GBA. Say, for example, we can talk to Qianhai Authority in Shenzhen. We should have a pilot scheme so that Qianhai registered enterprises should be encouraged to come here to issue green RMB bonds, just like the case that Shenzhen municipal government bonds are exempted from stamp duties. So for such issuance and trading of RMB green bonds can be extended beyond Shenzhen, and then we can attract the GBA cities and financial institutions that are sound financially to come to Hong Kong to issue green bonds. We should also have a one-stop service for consultation and information. Then more issuers will be interested to come. And then we should also set up standards for green bonds so that for the GBA we can have standardized green bond standards, and then we can collate and consolidate the resources. We should also set up a database for the green bonds. So I support the motion as well as the amendment proposed. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Dr. So's motion as well as Honourable Wok Chen's proposed amendment. Of course, I support the strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business centre. At the same time, we mustn't forget the financial security risks. For Mr. Chen's amendment, it highlights my concern. Well, I think with the national security law in place, we have enhanced our awareness of national security. When it comes to national security, of course, we guard against the infiltration of foreign forces as well as terrorism. There are others that are less obvious. Say, for example, national financial security. Isn't that sort of easy to apprehend? But at the same time, we need to pay attention to that. National financial security and national security, how should we view them? When Mr. John Lee stood for the CE contest, he spoke about that. At that time, John Lee made the following remarks. He said that a stable environment involves different aspects, national security being one of them. At the same time, we have to make sure that our financial system can stand the challenges and cope with the risks. Without stability, we don't have prosperity. Well, in a few words, Mr. Johnny was able to tell us the crux of the matter. Well, financial security has to do with national security. It is also part of national security. Hong Kong is an IFC in Asia. We have the support of the mainland, the motherland. We are also well connected with the rest of the world. We are the window open to the rest of the world. We are the largest RMB business center. The stability of our financial system will be important for our motherland. And our financial services sector is one of the 4 pillar industries. It involves the livelihood of many Hong Kong people, and it also it may have an impact on the assets of our people. In the past, foreign forces would like to upset the financial stability so as to cause trouble for us or to make profits out of it. In the past, there were speculators trying to gain profits by selling short Hong Kong dollars. Of course, we have to stay steadfast. We have to guard against such sources that are not having good intentions. We have to make sure that we are well placed to stand the challenges. I think when it comes to the 21st century, war isn't just about a physical war or a cold war. War may take place at different levels of a society in our daily lives. So battleground isn't the only place for the comparison of weapons. In fact, many things can become weaponized. Financial means or financial tools can become weapons. We have to guard against the anti-China forces. There are people who would like to destroy our financial system. They will try to turn our financial tools into weapons. They won't gain anything to their benefit, but they will destroy us. In the past, there were speculators who suffered losses while trying to attack the Hong Kong dollar. But we have to learn a lesson from that. There were loopholes, and we have to plug the loopholes. Now, we are facing an unprecedented change for a century. There may be financial risk from both outside and inside. The speculators may just want to go after money, but then there are also others who are hostile towards the government. So the landscape is complex, the challenges are huge. So Secretary, make sure that you play a leading role and come up with all sorts of systemic assessments and get ready so that the society of Hong Kong can continue to prosper and remain stable so that one country, 2 systems can go far. Thank you.
Ms. Lixi Lam, first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. So Kang-Wing for moving this motion. Since 2004, when we started our renminbi business and also the promotion of cross-boundary renminbi settlement in Hong Kong. Hong Kong has seen rapid development in our renminbi business, and renminbi has been more internationalized. It's the 5th largest payment currency. The ranking has risen from 6th in 2020 to 5th in September 2022. Therefore, in this development trend, Hong Kong has assumed a very important role. The demand for renminbi is increasing all the time, and the pace of renminbi's internationalization has been progressing well. Therefore, we need to have policies which are forward-looking and visionary. Our financial market has been dominated by stocks, and therefore we are lagging behind in terms of renminbi-denominated bond market. There's still a lot of room for renminbi business to develop. Hong Kong as an offshore renminbi hub, it's time we reviewed our advantages and inadequacies and explore ways and means to give full advantage to our offshore renminbi business center and to enrich the content and variety of products. first of all, we need to pay attention to the needs of our national development. For example, in relation to promotion of green finance, Hong Kong is well positioned to attract renminbi-denominated green bonds and to contribute to the carbon neutrality goal of the country. And we should have more products, for example, futures product denominated in renminbi to add vibrancy to the market. And we should actively participate in the setting of standards for green finance products. And there should be a unified green certification system for the Greater Bay Area, and to promote the standards internationally, and to align our standards with international recognized standards, so as to enhance our status as a renminbi financial center. There are important measures have been implemented to support Hong Kong's role as a hub for renminbi. With the opening up of a country in the financial sector, Hong Kong should expand all the different connection schemes, and also to lower the entry threshold for investors. We should have more QFII system, manage the quotas more efficiently, and to allow the more vibrant market to develop. And I propose that we should introduce a sandbox management system in places like Shanghai, and also to conduct pressure tests for the relaxation of the capital accounts of renminbi to be liberalized. The internationalization of renminbi is an important move to promote the national economy. Our government should explore with mainland entities in providing more impetus, and also to contribute to the internationalization of renminbi in Hong Kong. Dr. Wendy Hong, promotion of Hong Kong as an international hub for offshore renminbi is an important subject for Hong Kong and the country. In recent years, we have realized that the US dollar can be a tool for sanction, and therefore we have to be mindful of the national security aspect of our financial system. It has been the global trend to pay more attention to national financial security. China's economy is rising rapidly in terms of investment and financial development. China's influence is on the rise, and renminbi has become the currency of choice for many countries. The 20th CCP session has signaled the further opening up of renminbi. Hong Kong is a financial center for the country. We should be the pioneer. We should be the avant-garde in further development and liberalization. In terms of the issuance of dim sum bonds, the provision of offshore renminbi financing, we have played an important role. In the future, Hong Kong should be able to serve important purposes in two areas. For example, for major commodities trading denominated in Hong Kong, Hong Kong should be able to play a role in the settlement of trade. We are lagging behind London and Chicago for commodity trading. Actually, 3/4 of commodity trading are located in Asia, but the price making happens not in Asia but in the US or Europe. This is far from desirable. To reverse this trend, Hong Kong should introduce more a market for the renminbi-denominated commodities. We have been providing services for the non-ferrous metal and other important natural resources. In recent years, China has been deeply involved in cooperation with Middle Eastern countries, and some of the transactions are denominated in or settled through renminbi. And if we can provide the circulation of renminbi internationally, Hong Kong will be able to cooperate more closely with Shanghai futures market. And we should be a conduit for the circulation of renminbi oil money. And this will be a new impetus for the further opening up of renminbi as an international currency. Hong Kong should play a more active role in the price setting and market making. The state-owned enterprises are quality assets, but the capitalization has been on the low side. And many a time, the return on investment in state-owned enterprises will be affected by possible sanctions. And that's why the market value is not fully realized. We should promote more stocks to be listed in Hong Kong, and the dual currency model will be introduced by Hong Kong X. We should encourage people to hold shares in state-owned enterprises by using their renminbi for investment. And this will tie in with the National Development Program. I support the motion, so I speak.
Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Madam Deputy, 2 years ago, during the first year of the National 14th Five-Year Plan, we have had a similar discussion on promoting the offshore RMB business center status of Hong Kong. I believe members back then were still, many of them are still here. Now, I wasn't a Legislative Council member yet, but I have looked up member speeches and the government's replies 2 years ago. Now, 2 years have passed. I thank Mr. or Dr. So Chang-Wing for moving this motion so that we can discuss the progress made. Now, the nation stated in the 14th National Five-Year Plan that the country will support Hong Kong to strengthen our position as the largest offshore RMB business center. Now, with the nation strategy, we have been developing the markets for some 20 years, and we have obtained the leading position in this regard. We have the largest RMB fund pool in the world. As of January this year, we have some $837 billion RMB balance. It is not as high as our peak, but still it is the largest fund pool of RMB in the world. And also we are the leading player. In year 2021, cross-boundary transactions between Hong Kong and the mainland accounts for 46% of RMB transaction, leading Singapore and the UK by far. Now, we are not leading in terms of all RMB-related indexes. As at year 2021, in terms of future contracts transaction conducted in RMB, we only rank the third after the US and the UK. We are trailing behind them at only 9.4%. We have not even reached the double digits. Now, in terms of future contract transaction in RMB, we were still ranking the first in the world. Now we are being overtaken by the US and the UK. Now, actually, the development of RMB markets has been very rapid. RMB assets is more attractive compared with the past. International investors are more willing to invest in and hold RMB assets. Now, the share of RMB transaction in investment products has risen to 7%. It is the most rapid rising currency in the world in terms of investment transaction. Now, we are lagging behind on the other hand. Now, we have a very robust financial market, but the exchange fund market or the foreign exchange market is not our strong suit. Yes, we are still the leading offshore RMB business center, but we have to catch up in terms of future contract transaction in RMB. It shows our weakness. We should improve our advantage in this area with the nation's support. Well, true, we have a lot of advantages, but however, on other fronts, we don't have sufficient policy support. That's why we are being outcompeted by the US, the UK, and so on. Now, I use the future contract market as an example to serve as a kind reminder. We can't be complacent with what we have achieved. We have to be very active in terms of maintaining our competitiveness in the highly competitive RMB market. We should make use of our time to offer more RMB denominated products and continue to enhance the growth of our RMB markets. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei, Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the original motion and the amendments. The National 14th Five-Year Plan mentioned that we have to orderly promote the internationalization of the RMB. The GBA Development Plan also mentions that we have to prudently promote the internationalization of RMB. Now, with a profound change in international geopolitics, RMB is now at a moment where it can shine. We can play a strategic role for the country. Now, what does it mean by a favorable external environment? There are two fronts. First, foreign currencies, including the USD, has become a financial sanction tool rather than just a financial tool. Since the Russian-Ukraine war, the Western countries, led by the US, has issued a lot of sanctions, including removal from SWIFT for the Russian currency. It is targeting the Russian currency. However, other countries are alerted by this. A lot of countries, including developing countries, are aware of the impact of SWIFT. They are taking precautionary measures. Many Southeast Asian countries are implementing dual counter settlements for their own currencies. Now, Indonesia has done something similarly in the past few years, and it is linking up with the RMB, and it can help promote RMB settlements. And also, the US government, the Federal Reserve, has announced a few interest rate hike. Last March, an interest rate increase cycle was initiated in 9 months for 400. Interest rates has risen by 400 base points. It has driven interest rates tremendously, and a lot of developing countries are now realizing that USD is not that stable in terms of financing. On the other hand, RMB is much more stable, and it stays within the reasonable range. It boosts the investors' confidence in RMB, and it is very beneficial for internationalization of RMB. Now, with the dual factors at play, Hong Kong can play a strategic role in this front, on this regard. Now, Hong Kong can continue to be the leading offshore RMB settlement center. We can further deepen our RMB fund pool. We can encourage settlements in RMB, and dim sum bond transaction is reviving. These are our traditional contribution. Now, there are two new fronts which we can focus on promoting the internationalization of RMB. We can adopt a more targeted approach on these two fronts. First, we can establish ourselves as a risk management center in terms of investment in RMB along the Belt and Road. We can make use of our financial talents and our vast network to radiate the effects of RMB to at least countries along Belt and Road, to encourage RMB settlements, as well as the taking out of infrastructure contracts in RMB. There can also be bulk transaction conducted in RMB. We can especially give full play to our accession to RECP, so that to tap into the high level opening up of the transaction. And also, we can also align ourselves with the bigger opening up campaign efforts in the country. We can enhance our mutual connection with Shenzhen and Shanghai to build a strong offshore RMB market, including strengthening our derivative markets, insurance markets, or even loan markets. We can enhance the RMB settlements function and transaction function to introduce transnational investors and help mainland investors to go global. Now, we can also enhance RMB's application in cross-boundary businesses. Thank you so much. Mr. Chan Kin Paul. Thank you, Madam Deputy. With the staunch support offered by the government, we have become the largest offshore RMB business center in the world. In terms of fund pool size, clear turnover, and also derivative markets and other markets, we are the leader in the world. Now, to enhance and consolidate our position, besides enhancing traditional financial industry, we have to fully develop the RMB business. With our country prospering further, this will reap huge benefits for us. And more importantly, we can give real contribution to the nation's development. I thank Dr. So Chang-wing for moving this motion. The National 14th Five-Year Plan has given us the role as a global offshore RMB hub, and it has given us the mission to internationalize RMB. Now, the size of our RMB fund pool is approaching 1 trillion RMB. Now, on this basis, the government is promoting RMB business, including offering stamp duty waiver to encourage issuance of RMB bonds in Hong Kong, and also by waiving profits tax. The government is encouraging issuers to issue RMB bonds in Hong Kong. Regulatory authorities on both sides have issued the ETF, enhancing the Connect system. In time, it will enlarge our RMB business market. Now, insurance industry has given its strength as well. Now, even with the blacklight violence, we had some $2 billion worth of RMB insurance policy. Now we are returning to normal. Over the past year, according to a survey, more than 34% of those surveyed would consider investing in RMB insurance products. It shows there's greater demand for such products. The insurance industry will strive to develop its RMB insurance business. Now we are waiting for the approval of to establish insurance after-sale support center in the GBA. Now there should also be Insurance Connect scheme to promote the insurance industry, and also enhance the connection between the two places. We should take initiative to tap into our accession to RECP. It will become a prime opportunity for us to promote RMB. Members include Japan and Korea, and Hong Kong has applied for accession. With our accession to our CEP, it will bring us a lot of business opportunities. Last week, the chief executive has visited the Minister of Commerce during his visit to thank the country for its support and seek accession of Hong Kong to RCEP. And the country has set the dual carbon goals before 2060. Some 8 trillion RMB would be involved. We have to seize the opportunity and support the development of our green bond market and attract foreign investors to invest in RMB green bond in Hong Kong to direct investments into green projects on the mainland. Now, all in all, we have a very bright prospect. I'm very optimistic about the internationalization of RMB. The government and the financial industry must seize every opportunity in order not to let the country down. Thank you. Mr. Edmund Wong. Madam Deputy, under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, it gives support for Hong Kong to become the largest offshore RMB business center. It is in line with the country's strategy to internationalize RMB. By strengthening our status as RMB business center in the world, it will give us more development opportunities. It is also a prime example of using our strength to serve the country. So I support Dr. So Chang-Wing's motion. It gives us an opportunity to pool our thoughts on this important issue. We have a very robust financial infrastructure and regulations, and we are supported by the country and face the world. As a result, we have been the largest offshore RMB hub. As at the end of last year, the RMB deposits amount in Hong Kong is close to $1 trillion. More than 70% of RMB settlements business is conducted in Hong Kong. And also, we are the largest RMB foreign exchange and off-counter derivative market in the world. According to an international survey, Hong Kong's RMB exchange transactions daily turnover, in April 2019, it was 107.6 billion USD. It has been increased to 191.2 billion USD in year 2021. Now, for over-the-counter products, it has increased by 15% since 2019 to 14.7 billion RMB in year 2021 or 22. It shows the achievements of the FSTB. The RMB market is moving towards high-quality growth, and there will be more quality employment opportunities and development opportunities for Hong Kong. However, the opportunities are sought after by our competitors, including Singapore. Now, many RMB transactions have taken place in Singapore. To consolidate our position, we have to act with prescience. Now, recently, ASEAN countries have been developing very rapidly. The DAB has paid a visit to Asian countries last year to witness their growth. They are very willing to use RMB in their transaction. According to year 2022 statistics, in year 2021, the cross-boundary remittance between our country and Asian countries was $4.82 trillion, a rise of 16%. The 6 countries, including the Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia, have listed RMB as their foreign reserve. Now, the PBOC has a lot of collaboration with ASEAN countries in terms of infrastructure, investment. It lowers the cost of RMB transaction overseas. It enhances the willingness of different markets to use RMB. It shows the positive interaction between policy initiatives and the markets. It greatly enhances the application environment of RMB as well as the attractiveness of RMB. we can foresee that there will be more and more offshore RMB assets. We have to rise on the occasion and establish a better platform to attract more offshore RMB assets to choose to stay in Hong Kong. I hope the Hong Kong SAR government can promptly enhance and expand the opportunities of RMB investments and create a positive cycle to enhance our RMB fund pool and also contribute to the strategy of internationalization of RMB. I support Dr. So Jianwing's motion and the amendment moved by Mr. Rokshen.
Ms. Chen Hoi-Yan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of Dr. So's motion on strengthening and expanding and the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center. But Hong Kong has always been regarded as the largest offshore RMB business center. What is offshore RMB? What does it mean for our economy? Some grassroots citizens may not know the case, so I'll explain a little bit. Offshore RMB originates from internationalization of RMB. Since 2019, the central bank has been promoting internationalization of RMB, and therefore we have offshore RMB. In other words, we have onshore RMB vis-a-vis offshore RMB. For onshore RMB, it means RMB in use on the mainland. Outside of China, there is a real demand for RMB. But then for onshore RMB, the rate is being controlled by the central bank within a certain range. Therefore, the offshore RMB exchange rate can better reflect the demand and supply for RMB. We have benefited from the financial reform since 2003, and we have always been the major center for RMB offshore. The short form is CNH, and then H stands for Hong Kong. In other words, we can have RMB deposits and remittance. It is convenient for our own people, and in terms of international trade, it helps RMB to take up a larger role in international trade. And by developing our offshore RMB business, foreign investors will buy RMB and then conduct trade with mainland enterprises. And then Hong Kong can have remittance, exchange, deposits, and we make money out of that, and it benefits the citizens of Hong Kong. And in fact, emerging countries would have also welcomed RMB. Developing RMB business is not anything that any market can ignore and can afford to ignore. So Hong Kong is not the only place to develop offshore RMB. Taiwan, Singapore have also got settlement banks or clearing banks for RMB offshore. London is developing fast. In fact, Singapore is the second largest offshore RMB trading center. Hong Kong, as a result of national policies and our geopolitical factor, have been able to take up 75% of the offshore RMB settlement. But then international competition is keen. If we don't consolidate our strength, then the strength or the advantage will be lost, and then other countries will replace us, other markets will replace us. For us, we have to fine-tune the infrastructure so that there will be liquidity and circulation in the offshore markets. We must also cooperate with the mainland authorities. We must diversify the RMB products. And we should also enhance our role as the asset management center for RMB. It is important to tell everybody in Hong Kong. This will benefit everybody in Hong Kong, and then it will have the support of everybody here. For Hong Kong, if we are able to rely on our heritage and make good use of our inherent advantages as well as the economy of scale, and under the principle of one country, two systems, we should make sure that we take part in the high-level internationalization of RMB, I'm sure Hong Kong can do what is expected of us in the 14th five-year plan. That is, we should carry on with our mission as an IFC. So I spoke in support of Dr. So's original motion and Mr. Rock Chan's proposed amendment. Mr. Lee. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. So for his motion, and I thank Mr. Chen for his proposed amendment. I speak in support of the motion. Hong Kong has the largest RMB pool outside of China. We have highly efficient infrastructure, and we have got many channels for cross-boundary flow of capital. We are best placed to develop offshore RMB, and we have the mission of internationalization of the RMB. I'm grateful to Dr. So for moving this very important debate. Rod Chen and other DAB members have already talked about our position. The position is that under the 14th five-year plan, we should rely on our advantages. On different fronts, we should be better connected with the mainland, and we should provide more investment channels for RMB, make it more liquid, and then we can help with the internationalization of RMB, and Hong Kong can enhance our status as the offshore RMB business center. Mr. Chen also talked about our proposals during the two sessions, like the IPO Connect. It is hoped that through the IPO Connect, we can further drive the interconnectedness of the two markets. And then at the last NPC session, we also talked about the possibility of quickening the introduction of the Insurance Connect in the GBA and encouraging more enterprises to go global. Well, in recent years, we have the Bond Connect, Stock Connect, the Cross-Boundary Wealth Management, ETF Connect, as well as the currency swap agreement, as well as the Swap Connect. In fact, in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong, we have got connection between two tiers of market. In the future, the GBA can be the pilot scheme so that the secondary market connection can move to the primary market, that is, to have a IPO Connect. I think the government would like to have this realized. Let's hope that the members here, together with the government, can fight for it and can lobby the central government as earnestly as possible. But of course, while we try to do this, we mustn't forget the need to uphold financial stability and security, and we need to be gradual and orderly. We want to play our role as the offshore RMB center, but at the same time, we must safeguard the national financial security. Other than going to the primary market, we are saying that for the Stock Connect, which has become mature, then we should try to relax the southbound trading and open it to the individual investors so that the threshold of 500,000 yuan to be duly reduced and allow more people to take part in the investment. We can then enhance the liquidity of the market. In addition to the Stock Connect, I think we are also interested in the Insurance Connect. By having insurance products interconnected, it will work to our benefits. Of course, we have the Insurance After Sales Center, as mentioned by Mr. Chen Kim-po. Earlier on, we visited Qianhai. They were really excited. But then our understanding is that it has to wait for further approval. In addition to Qianhai, I think other pilot zones are also ready to introduce an Insurance After Sales Center. I hope the Hong Kong government can promote this idea. The insurance sector, time and again, would like to see insurance products being interconnected or make it available to both markets. And our insurance products are well received. But then the mainland market is worried. If it open fully to our products, since there's a savings element, it may jeopardize their financial security. So we would suggest that it should be a closed platform. Let's offer insurance products that don't have a savings elements, or we try to make it available at designated places, and then we can speed up the connection. All in all, what it means is that we would like to join hands with the SAR government so that we can further enhance our role as a global offshore RMB business hub. We can deepen our role and broaden our business, and we can maintain our reputation as an IFC. Your time is up. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to Dr. So for moving this motion on strengthening and expanding the advantage of Hong Kong as the largest offshore RMB business center. If I may add to the debate, many other colleagues have already talked about the salient points. I just want to add to the debate. When it comes to the enhancement of Hong Kong's role as the largest offshore RMB business center, we are aware of our advantages. At the same time, we mustn't forget the trends of development. Carbon trading, carbon finance would be the future trends. At the same time, Hong Kong has the mainland support, and we can tap into the huge carbon market on the mainland, while we have a sound financial market. So we can center around the carbon market and come up with RMB denominated products. Carbon finance, carbon trading should become a very important application scenario for offshore RMB. And then we can drive the internationalization of RMB. We can drive the carbon market in Hong Kong. At the same time, we can also contribute towards the shift in the fuel mix in Hong Kong. So it will be a win-win situation. So I spoke in support of the motion as well as the amendment. Does any other member wish to speak? Dr. Honorable So Chang-Wing, you may now speak on the amendment. Mr. President, I'm grateful to Mr. Rock Chen for proposing his amendment so that my original motion can be sort of improved in relation to the emphasis on financial security. First of all, we all agree that in terms of the internationalization of RMB, Hong Kong has a very important role to play, and the function is indispensable. Undoubtedly, Hong Kong accounts for 75% of the global offshore RMB business, so we have a huge influence. And then we want to have two-way flow, and we want to have the offshore RMB business. We have unique advantages, and this is what I emphasized in my motion. That's the area that we have to seek financial innovation. President Xi, on the 5th of March this year, took part in the Jiangsu session of the NPC. He said that facing fierce global competitions, we must open up new areas and new tracks in development and foster new growth drivers and new strengths. We have to build a deeper and broader offshore RMB denominated asset market. This should be our new area, our new growth driver. We need to think innovatively. We should deepen the mode of trading of RMB denominated products, and we should assist in the two-way flow financially. I'm sure in this way we can expedite the industrial development, and then we can add to the impetus of growth. It will be very significant. Therefore, I agree with Rock Chen that is we have to make sure that we observe the principle the primary principles of ensuring the effective forestalling and diffusing of systemic financial risks and safeguarding national financial security. As I have mentioned in my speech when moving the motion, we have to fine-tune our infrastructure. We have to improve our market rules so that while we have mutual access to our markets, we would safeguard financial security. It will be safe and it will be sustainable. In recent days, banks in the USA and the Western world have fallen into trouble, and there is a degree of volatility. I think people are very concerned about ensuring financial security. Hong Kong has an indispensable role to play regarding national financial security. It will also help to enhance our status as an IFC. Mr. President, so I spoke, and I appeal to members to support the passing of the amendment proposed by Mr. Rock Chen. Thank you.
Under Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, once again, I would like to thank Dr. So Chong Wing for moving this motion. And also, I would like to thank Mr. Chen for moving the amendment. And I'm grateful to members for their speeches and comments. With the support of the CPG, Hong Kong continues to be a hub for offshore renminbi business. We are the settlement center, product center, and financing center for offshore renminbi. We are the leaders in this area of business. As at the end of 2022, the total Hong Kong renminbi savings account holds a trillion renminbi. We continue to be the biggest offshore renminbi pool. According to SWIFT, some 75% of offshore renminbi business is handled in Hong Kong. Our business hub status has been strengthened and enhanced all the time thanks to the advantages and unique factors that we can rely on the motherland as our hinterland, and we are a global gateway to the world. And for a long time, we have been a bridge between foreign capital and the mainland market. The 14th five-year plan framework indicates that Hong Kong should strengthen its international financial hub status and to enhance its risk management and business hub status for offshore renminbi. And there should be more interconnectedness between Hong Kong and mainland financial markets. This shows that the country is very confident in Hong Kong's future, and it will provide all the necessary support. According to the Hong Kong CE's 2022 policy address, there will be the offering of more investment tools denominated in renminbi, and also to provide various financial services in foreign exchange, risk management, and interest rate management. As I've said, we are now moving towards a multifunctional offshore renminbi business hub status. First of all, we would like to enhance the interconnectedness with Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect, Shenzhen Hong Kong Connect, Bond Connect, as well as the mutual recognition of funds, as well also the Wealth Management Connect to promote the two-way flow of renminbi capital. In July last year, we launched the ETF Connect to provide investors from both in the mainland and in foreign countries have better choices. And now the transactions, the northbound transaction has increased from 20 million renminbi in the first month to about 230 million renminbi in February 2023. And for the southbound investment, it has risen from $2 million in the initial stage to the 2.33 billion Hong Kong dollars in February 2023. On the other hand, we will continue to enhance the Southbound Dim Sum Point Connect scheme and expand Hong Kong's bond markets by offering more issuance of dim sum bonds, and also to enhance the fixed income investment market for offshore renminbi. We are now exploring ways to enhance the cross-boundary wealth management connect, which was launched in September 2021, so as to provide a better and direct investment channel for GBA residents. We offer cross-boundary financial products. This is a milestone as at the end of this year, as the end of January, the individual investors participating in such a cross-boundary wealth management connect amount to $41,000 and a total investment of 2.4 billion RMB. We'll continue to work with regulators and also to adopt the principle of orderly progression and manageability of risk so as to enhance various measures and to expand the channel of investment so that we can launch the necessary measures one by one when they are ready. To tie in with the urgent demand for risk asset management in the mainland for international investors, we continue to strengthen our risk management business for offshore renminbi asset. There will be more risk management product to be launched, starting from the MSCI A-stock futures contract, which we launched in October 21. There will be further cooperation between the regulators for interest rates, swap markets connection to be launched. And for the first time, we would introduce a interconnectedness arrangement for financial derivatives for international investors. At the same time, we will also provide futures product for sovereign bonds of China so as to provide a suitable risk management tool for investors and to facilitate the participation of foreign investors and for the offsetting of risks in interest rate fluctuations of RMB denominated products. We'll continue to offer more risk management choices and to improve the ecosystem. The renminbi stocks is a subject of concern for many members. Although the volume of transaction is in Hong Kong for renminbi denominated stocks have been rather low, but there are a lot of people interested in such products. As for the 2022 as a whole, for the year as a whole, the total transaction amounts to 8 billion RMB. With the investment function of renminbi rising to a new level, we believe that there will be a greater and greater demand for renminbi-denominated assets. This is the right opportunity to promote RMB-denominated stocks. And we have revised the law to exempt stamp duties for market players and also for dual currency counter stock transactions. The Hong Kong X will set up the market players mechanism for the dual counter system, and we have been working with Hong Kong X very closely for the establishment of renminbi-denominated stock transaction counter, and we have received actually a formal application from Hong Kong X that their participation is it's a vote of confidence. It will be conducive in the other areas of our promotional works. Hong Kong will gradually improve the dual currency, dual counter system. We also work hard to promote offshore renminbi bonds. The Shenzhen municipal government issued offshore renminbi bond with a total capitalization of $5 billion. This is the first time a local government in the mainland issue a bond outside the mainland. The Hainan provincial government also issued bonds in 2022, and then the following year we saw the Shenzhen municipal government issue another round of bonds. This would make sure that we have a diversified renminbi-denominated financial products offered in Hong Kong, which is instrumental in the internationalization of renminbi. According to the new order issued in March 2022 for the exemption of profits tax for some municipal government debt instruments, we would waive the profits derived from the interest payable by some municipal governments bonds issued in Hong Kong, so that we can encourage more local governments in the mainland to use Hong Kong as the location for their bond issuance. And the exemption from profit tax will be extended to other local governments for their bonds issued in Hong Kong. The order will take effect on the 31st this year. Then the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has also issued bonds denominated in renminbi, US dollar, and euro, so that the renminbi liquid assets would be qualified as a mortgage collateral. We have been working with the mainland authorities to promote the bond platform in Hong Kong. We have talked to the Guangdong Development Reform Commissions, and we each organized a seminar in September to issue the forward direction for renminbi-denominated bonds in Hong Kong. And more than 100 representatives attended the forum and exchanged views. Lastly, I would like to talk about our CMU for our central settlement system. The Hong Kong MA will continue to introduce a three-year plan to upgrade CMU so that this quality financial infrastructure, which has served Hong Kong well for more than 3 decades, can be further enhanced. As at the end of February this year, the offshore renminbi-denominated bonds maintained by the CMU has exceeded $640 billion, or 1.5 times rise from the previous year. Enhancing CMU's service would attract more issuers to come to Hong Kong, both from the mainland and from abroad. And this would develop a deeper and more diversified offshore renminbi-denominated bond market. On the other hand, in July last year, PBOC and Hong Kong MA announced a currency swap agreement, which will be a standing agreement. The scope, the cover will be expanded to 800 billion renminbi, or 940 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is a standing agreement. There's no need to renew in due course, and the scope is the biggest that we have seen. This would increase the liquidity of Hong Kong offshore renminbi market. We'll continue to promote M-Bridge project so as to support the development of digital renminbi. M-Bridge is the biggest cross-boundary central bank digital currency testing ground. And this would lower the cost of international trade settlement and provide a speedy payment channel. In the long term, this would also deepen the cross-boundary two-way flow of capital and the internationalization of renminbi. We will work with PBOC on carrying out technical tests in Hong Kong for cross-boundary using digital RMB. This would provide the further connectivity between the two places. Madam Mr. President, I thank members for their valuable comments. We continue to the mainland authorities and provide more policy support in the development of Hong Kong offshore renminbi business and promote relevant pressures accordingly. Thank you.
I now call upon Honourable Rock Chen to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Honourable Rock Chen's amendment be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Dr. Honorable So Chang-Wing, you still have 56 seconds to reply. Please put on your microphone. Please have it clipped on your lapel. Regarding my motion, 25 members spoke during the debate. All the speeches contributed to the discussion. There were favorable comments. I would like to thank you all for your contribution. I hope the administration will take this seriously so that it will be implemented, and then we can make sure that RMB will be sort of subject to real demand. And I hope that this will be sort of operational. I urge members support my motion. Now I put a question to you that Dr. Honorable So Chang-Wing's motion as amended by Honorable Brock Chen be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. And I declare the motion as amended be passed. Members' motion with no legislative effect. And that is promoting the integration of Hong Kong people and businesses into the overall development of the country. There will be a joint debate as two members would like to propose amendments. I will invite Mr. Zhang Man-gong to speak, and then Mr. Johnny Ng and Mr. Yim Kong will speak, but at this moment they are not able to move the amendments. The joint debate takes place now. For those who would like to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Chow Man Kong to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Mr. President, President Xi, in the report to the 20th National Congress, the central government will drive the GBA development, and then so that for the rejuvenation of country, Hong Kong can play a better role. Well, the Constitution, as well as the Basic Law, means that the central government has overall jurisdiction over Hong Kong, and we should implement the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong.
Hong Kong should give full play to its own strengths to complement the country's development. We also have the advantage of having the strong support from our country. We should grasp the opportunities presented by the country's development. We should be innovative on various fronts so that Hong Kong enterprises can be better integrated into the country's development. According to the 7th census conducted by the State Council in 2021, there were 370,000 Hong Kong residents living on the mainland, not to mention Hong Kong residents commuting to and from the mainland on a daily basis. At the moment, the Hong Kong government supports Hong Kong enterprises and residents in the mainland, and this is done through different policy bureaus, such as the 5 mainland offices and also the CMAB. There are also other statutory bodies such as the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, the Export Credit Insurance Council. Despite having 5 offices on the mainland to support Hong Kong people and act as the middlemen, many enterprises in the mainland have told me that in terms of liaising with Hong Kong enterprises and trade associations on the mainland, as well as liaison with the municipal authorities, the government has played a passive role. Hence, we're lagging behind in terms of competing for talents.
If you want to expand your business opportunities by tapping into the domestic market, then more assistance is required in terms of customs clearance, certification, and checking and mutual recognition of standards. I think that the steering group of integration into national development and all mainland offices will have to update their functions. They have to formulate KPIs in the short, medium, and long terms, and they also have to establish communication mechanisms so that Hong Kong enterprises will feel more comfortable to integrate into national development. Last year, a dozen or so Hong Kong resident groups said that some organizations have a silo mentality. They are reluctant to go out of their way to offer assistance. The government should approach sizable frontline chambers of commerce and resident or Hong Kong associations to give more assistance. There should be regular resources given to them, say, for example, annual funding to at least 14 Hong Kong people associations so that they can enhance their support work. It can start with about $1 million per association to assist development of opportunities of Hong Kong enterprises on the mainland. And they can also assist in trawling and competing for talents. The ultimate goal is to tap further into business opportunities of the mainland and to draw a blueprint so that Hong Kong can integrate into the dual circulation and national development. In terms of institutional innovation, in order to formulate more efficient support measures, the government should, as soon as possible, enhance studies into assistance given to Hong Kong people and enterprises. I have actually conducted various surveys. The respondents said that there is a lack of efficient support from the government. There are 5 mainland offices on the mainland and 13 mainland offices from the Trade Development Council. These groups think that still there is insufficient support. They don't feel a sense of security. I suggest that the FSTB, the CEDB, and the CMAB will talk to their counterparts on the mainland to enhance cross-boundary cooperation. They can make use of big data to collect information of Hong Kong people and enterprises of their businesses and their studies on the mainland. And they also need to keep abreast of what they need. This is to ensure that the Hong Kong SAR government will effectively provide support. It can't be what it's like today. They just make use of projections and surveys conducted by the Census and Statistics Department to get a superficial understanding. In terms of innovation, a lot of ex-officials told me that civil servants cannot tap into their potential to develop better diplomatic relationships because there are a lot of legal provisions that are self-contained. Say, for example, for education, the ceiling of student intake have been put in place in the law. And for capital entrance scheme, it's only limited to mainland people. Yes, the goal is to curb speculative activity, but it's outdated. The Department of Justice also need to require different policy bureaus to look at the relevant legislation and to update them. Before the end of the term of this government, amendments should be put in place. I so submit, and I will listen to members' valuable views. I now propose the question to you that Mr. Chairman Kong's motion be passed. Mr. Johnny Ng.
In the 2 sessions that have just come to a close with resounding success, Presidency delivered important remarks. He said that the long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong is key to the country's development. Hence, we need to uphold the principles of one country, 2 systems, and Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong for better integration into national development. And the Premier Li in the press conference said that the country has faith in Hong Kong and that there will be more opportunities for Hong Kong people and businesses to develop in the mainland. I made 8 proposals in relation to Hong Kong's development. 3 of them relate to integration of young people and Hong Kong people and businesses into our country. Especially, we should help Hong Kong businesses tap mainland market. There is a population of 1.4 million in the mainland. It is the largest market in the world. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, there is emphasis on the dual circulation strategy, and that internal circulation should complement external circulation, and in this year there is a stronger emphasis on stimulating domestic consumption to boost internal circulation. With a strong signal sent out, many enterprises feel encouraged. According to the business sector, they are confident in the mainland market, and they will be doing more businesses in the Greater Bay Area and in the country. I think we should first tap the Greater Bay Area market as a start. With a 70 million population in the area, there is a big market and a lot of potential for Hong Kong enterprises. And we enjoy a lot of advantages in tapping the mainland market, be it products manufactured by Hong Kong enterprises or by mainland enterprises with a Hong Kong brand. We enjoy good reputation. And we also are good at introducing trendy merchandises to the mainland. However, there is a lack of understanding of the mainland market, such as sales channel, information relating to the business environment, credit information of customers. There is a keen demand for professional services. The Hong Kong government should enhance the promotion of the Hong Kong brand in mainland markets. There should be relevant policies. We should also help Hong Kong enterprises and Hong Kong brands enter the mainland market so as to better support the country's dual circulation strategy and to make it convenient for mainland customers to buy Hong Kong products to enhance their quality of living. Chief Executive John Lee met with trade associations in the mainland comprising Hong Kong enterprises, and he said that more proactive measures will be rolled out to help Hong Kong integrate into the country's development. In this new era, Hong Kong has the unique advantage of one country, two systems. Hong Kong is also key to the country's development in the future. We also have the strong support of the central authorities. I support Dr. Chow Man Kong's motion. I also support the amendments moved by Mr. Yim Kong and Dr. Kennedy Wong. We urge the SAR government to take a more proactive approach in helping Hong Kong people and businesses integrate into the overall development of the country. Mr. Yim Kong. Mr. President, I thank Dr. Chow Man Kong for moving this motion. We are connected with the rest of the world, and we have our country as the backing. Now, the impetus for growth in Hong Kong comes from the country's support and Hong Kong's unique advantages. The epidemic has come to a close. It's time for Hong Kong to come out from the trough. According to this year's work report of the PRC, in the past 5 years, the central authorities effectively implemented overall jurisdiction of the Hong Kong SAR according to the Constitution and the Basic Law. The central authorities also implemented the Hong Kong National Security Law and implemented the Patriots Administering Hong Kong principle, so that we enter a new phase from stability to prosperity. Since reunification with the country's support in terms of our status as the international financial shipping and trading center, our status has been bolstered, and in recent years, because of some obstacles, we faced challenges in terms of development. However, with the unwavering support of the central authorities, we continue to implement the principle of one country, two systems. There is also full support from the central authorities to take forward economic development in Hong Kong to improve people's livelihood. And with the motherland's strong backing and with the principle of one country, two systems, the status of Hong Kong and Macau as SARs will continue to be boasted. The deputies from the Greater Bay Area put forward a lot of good suggestions during the two sessions to promote the development of Greater Bay Area, including cross-boundary healthcare, commuting, retail, tourism initiatives. Integrating into ourselves into the overall development is key to promoting economic development. In fact, the steering group on integration into the national development was set up by the chief executive last year. It is a good deed because the government takes a proactive approach in dovetailing our policies with the 14th five-year plan and also Belt and Road Initiative. At the macro level, policies are taken forward and implemented. The steering group is overseen by the chief executive at a high level. It is very meaningful. And we must therefore make good use of this platform. Apart from integrating into the Greater Bay Area, the business sector is also concerned about the high-quality development under the Belt and Road Initiative. In February, the chief executive led a delegation to the Middle East, which yielded very good results. Now, in the Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese enterprises played a very important role in enhancing connectivity and fostering collaboration. More quality opportunities will be presented under the Belt and Road Initiative for Hong Kong. With the epidemic ebbing, there is a resumption of flow of people, goods, and capital. Timely adjustments should be made in terms of our strategy to integrate ourselves into the country's development. The relevant steering group should join hands with the business sector and the enterprises so that we can translate the blueprint into action, so that we can turn the development blueprint into reality. In this new era, we are fully confident in the future of Hong Kong under the one country, two systems principle. I so submit, Mr. Mr. President, I also support the amendments. Dr. Kennedy Wong. I'd like to thank Dr. Chow-Meng Kwong for moving the original motion. My amendment adds to the original motion a strong support of patriotic societies and patriots in various positions to play a role in the integration of Hong Kong people and businesses into the overall development of the country so that we can promote cooperation between the government and the community. For patriotic societies, patriots, and the community, I'm not just talking about those within the territory. If we have cooperation between the government and the community, we can enhance our ability to integrate into the national development and achieve new heights. In 2018, Presidency attended a ceremony of the 40th anniversary of reform and opening up of the country. He encouraged more development in the mainland by Hong Kong businesses and residents. He said that we are all miracles and the strength is that we complement each other's strengths in the country's development. And there is also unity among people in Hong Kong as well as people in our country. And we also embark on the same journey as we share the glory of the country's development. The community is important in terms of fostering exchanges in different areas such as culture, science, technology. They have made immense contributions in different areas. For example, I belong to the Importer and Exporters Association, and all along we have been holding consultation sessions. Especially, we tap the views of the members on integration with the country's development. We also have business missions and professional missions. We also had a pilot scheme, which is self-funded, to help aspiring Hong Kong young people to take their business to Shenzhen so that they can build up a presence in Shenzhen. And on a regular basis, we also hold mainland exchange tours for young people to know more about our country and look for opportunities. There is this saying in the mainland that is, people describe the contribution as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is non-state entities. That is, they contribute to over 50% of the tax revenue of the country. They also contribute over 60% to the country's GDP. As for the figure 7, the high-end innovative enterprises account for 70% of all enterprises in the mainland. As for 8, 80% of them create jobs, and they also contribute 90% of the new jobs created. So communities' participation is of utmost importance. The government should therefore adopt a new mentality. For the patriotic forces in the community, the government should attach more importance. They should be encouraged to participate more widely in the country's development. There should be more channels of communication to foster cooperation between the government and the people. In terms of resources, a stronger support should be provided to cater for the needs of their development. We can also leverage on think tanks in the community so that they also make contribution to the government at various levels.
Under Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, I'm grateful to Dr. Chow Meng Kwong for sponsoring this motion on promoting the integration of Hong Kong people and businesses into the overall development of country. Now, in the part about Hong Kong, in the report to the 20th National People's Congress, there was categorical support to Hong Kong develop our economy and improve people's livelihoods. During the two sessions, President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang both stressed the full support for Hong Kong's integration into the national development. Premier Li stressed further his full support for Hong Kong to develop our economy and to improve people's livelihood and enhance our global competitiveness. With the strong support of the country, our strength will only grow. And with the strong support of one country, two systems, this is going to be the case, and this is an opportunity for us to have an in-depth discussion of this item. We'll first introduce the work of the government from a few macro perspectives, and then I will talk about tangible work we have done on an operational level. Now, to give full play to Hong Kong's unique strength, the Xi announced in his 2022 policy address that a steering group on integration into national development, chaired by himself with 3 secretaries of departments as deputies, will be set up to enhance coordination and also coordination leadership from a strategic and macro perspective to provide steer for bureaus and departments to take forward initiatives for integration into national development, to make plans and to dovetail with the 14th Five-Year Plan, the GBA development, as well as the Belt and Road initiatives will enhance collaboration with provinces and municipalities in a pragmatic manner and based on principle of mutual benefit. The steering group will formulate and implement policies and measures to promote in national integration. The numerous opportunities brought by national development will inject new impetus for our growth. Under the steer of the SG bureaus have worked out the priorities. Take financial development as an example. The focus is to deepen and widen mutual market access and enhance wealth connect. And on the INT front, we'll continue to press ahead with the development of the Hong Kong-Shenzhen INT Park, the Loop, and cross-border data exchange. Under the leadership of bureaus and departments, we are going to work out and refine and implement policies so as to ensure better integration into the overall development of the country. Well, when it comes to integration, we must have it's all about collaboration between Hong Kong and the mainland. The Hong Kong SAR has established cooperation mechanism with Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Shenzhen, Fujian, Sichuan, Hubei, and the PRD to take forward cooperation on all fronts. We are using these regional cooperation mechanisms to optimize opportunities after the return of normalcy after the epidemic. We organize mainland tours for enterprises to let them understand the opportunities available in the development of the mainland and also the GBA in particular and the associated opportunities. We will be a major facilitator in the international circulation of the country, and we will establish cooperation with these provinces and municipalities on the principle of bringing mutual benefits. Now, the country has embarked on a new journey in this new era, and we have invaluable opportunities. Our objectives are clear. We want to contribute to the development of a country, and we also want to enhance our growth and impetus. I would now like to explain what we have done. The SAR's mainland office have played a very active role as a bridge between Hong Kong people and Hong Kong businesses and the mainland. We have got liaison and communication with all levels of government. We provide information to Hong Kong businesses on the latest development of the country. And we also relay views of Hong Kong people to the relevant departments in the mainland. And when necessary, we offer assistance to Hong Kong people who have encountered difficulties in the mainland. And the mainland officers will also organize jointly activities to promote Hong Kong with Hong Kong organizations there, and we also offer support and sponsorship to activities organized by these organizations. We're committed to do a good job. The Chief Executive in the PA 2022 has set very clear KPIs for these mainland officers. They will have to make more frequent visits to mainland organizations and organs. They need to attend functions, make speeches there, and participate in trade and commercial conference to promote Hong Kong's strength and also our opportunities. The mainland offices apart, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office and Guangdong will set up the GBA Development Promotion Center there through strengthening strategic cooperation with relevant organizations and institutions in the mainland and by providing inquiry services there, organizing seminars and study missions. The promotion center will promote opportunities that come with the GBA development. The center will also make use of exchange and promotion activities to encourage mainland talents and enterprises to explore more opportunities in Hong Kong. The Trade Development Council has also done a lot in exploring business opportunities on the mainland. For instance, they hold exhibitions and promotion activities, enhance cooperation with trade and business organizations there. They organize training and exchange sessions and mission visits, etc. The DDC proactively promote quality products and professional services of Hong Kong to the mainland. They also encourage Hong Kong enterprises to explore business opportunities there. And the Trade Hong Kong Tourism Board also organize regular business trips and mission trips to the mainland. And they also invite trade representatives from the mainland to meet with their counterparts in Hong Kong to create more business opportunities. These are just some examples. In fact, many public bodies have got branch offices on the mainland. They have very close partners there so that we can be an active facilitator in the development of the country. The coming 5 years is a critical period for Hong Kong. With the support of the central government, the Hong Kong SAR government will give full play to our unique advantages and strength. We will make good use of the opportunities brought about by the 14th Five-Year Plan, the GBA development, the Belt and Road initiatives, etc., and we will grasp the important opportunities available because of the national strategic developments. We will promote Hong Kong enterprises, and integrate into the overall development of the country so that we can be both the participator of internal circulation and facilitator of internal international circulation of the country. We want to contribute to the national development. I will listen to comments from members.
Mr. Lawai Kwok, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chow Man Kwong for moving the original motion and the 3 members for moving amendments. In relation to promoting integration of Hong Kong people and businesses into national development, I do believe that it will get support in all quarters. There is a consensus. In the 14th five-year plan, the first meeting took place on the 13th of March. It was successful. They've completed all the agenda. President Xi Jinping got all the votes to be re-elected as the head of the state and the army. It has been very successful. President Xi said that we need development, and integration into national development will be conducive to Hong Kong's long-term prosperity and stability. His words injected confidence into Hong Kong. Subsequently, John Lee, together with 8 secretaries of departments, visited a number of departments and ministries over just a week or so. All these organizations agree that they will improve their measures to support Hong Kong's stability and prosperity. And a few days ago, Mr. Wang, a government official of the mainland, attended a joint conference in Hong Kong. It's the first physical meeting after so many years. A number of agreements have been signed. A strong message has been promulgated over a very short period of time. If we are to integrate into the national development, we need a 2-pronged approach. First, we have to enhance policy formulation and coordination of the 2 places. And we need to actively use resources and network in the community. The State Council promulgated a paper on reform of the Hong Kong Macau office. On the basis of the Hong Kong Macau office, there is a central Hong Kong Macau office to take over the overall jurisdiction of Hong Kong and Macau. And they will also be responsible for coordination of these 2 places' development into national development. We think that this is enhanced leadership from the central authorities. It is a very important institutional setup with great opportunities given to us by our country. In the maiden policy address of John Lee, he set up the steering committee on integration into the national development. The chief executive will be the group head, and the 3 department secretaries will be the deputy heads. I think that they should adopt a new line of thinking in the formulation of policies. They have to take into account the needs of Hong Kong and also matters related to Nansha and Qianhai. There should be task groups formed under the steering group. There should be overall planning as well as working on the details. In terms of using community resources and network, now that the boundary has been reopened, a lot of chambers of commerce and professional associations should organize more visits and exchanges with their counterparts. For removing barriers, alignment of standards, professional qualification recognitions, there needs to be more discussion. The government should also make good use of network advantage of clansmen associations on the mainland. They can act as bridges. I so submit and I support the original motion and the amendments. Mr. Sunny Tang. President, I speak in support of Mr. Chow's motion as well as the amendments. Now there is a new journey Hong Kong also moved from stability to prosperity. Hong Kong is an inalienable part of our country. We are the bridge between overseas countries and the mainland. President Xi, in the closing ceremony last week of the NPC, said that development of the country is also related to long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong and Macau. We need to work on improving livelihood and to better integrate international development. Mr. Li Qiang also said that there will be more support to Hong Kong for integration into national development. We can feel the care of our country to us. This new government has set up the steering group on integration into national development. It is responsible for formulation of measures. It will take over national strategies of the 14th five-year plan. We should take a more active role. We should tap into our potential and advantages and actively dovetail our development into that of the country. We should promote GBA, the Greater Bay Area, and the Belt and Road initiatives. We need to create more development opportunities, and this is very important. We need to make contributions to our country in terms of creating new opportunities. I think the government should provide more support to Hong Kong enterprises to tap into the mainland market. Say, for example, dedicated fund, the BUD fund. The ceiling of funding should be enhanced, and there should be streamlining of application. In reply to a written question, the CEDB said that they would consider further streamlining the application and requirements of procurement under the BUD fund. I asked the government to continue to enhance these funding schemes to benefit SMEs. At the same time, I asked government to strengthen support from the Import-Export Corporation, a credit corporation. Well, there are differences in terms of disclosure. So these corporations may refuse insurance. In order to help enterprises to tap into the mainland market, I think that there should be cooperation with insurance organizations so that more assistance can be given to insurance businesses. In terms of INT, we have a very sound foundation. Plans should be made for these R&D organizations to dovetail development into the mainland. For these organizations, assistance should be provided for them to create a foothold on the mainland. These footholds can be used to better create opportunities, and this will help in commercialization of products, and this will enhance the government's work in integration into national development. There should be more cooperation and exchanges with counterpart organizations. We need to play our role as a bridge. We need to promote exchanges and integrate into the dual circulation. Mr. Wang attended a meeting in Hong Kong. He said that we should grasp opportunities and keep up with the development of the country. I asked the government to enhance supporting measures so that we can have better development impetus, so that we can make better contribution to the country, so that we can play a part in the great rejuvenation of our nation. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, in the 20th National Congress report, President Xi said that there will be support given to Hong Kong and Macau in a better integration into overall development, and that we will also play a greater role in the rejuvenation of the nation. We have an advantage So promoting integration of Hong Kong people and businesses into the development of the country is an important strategy. We've all along relied on the international market, but there is rapid development in the mainland market. We need to enhance our liaison with mainland cities to create more opportunities. We need to upgrade ourselves. The GBA is a very good entry point. There are 86 million people in GBA. It's a very rich area. There are high-quality supply chains in there. We can work with GBA cities. And this will give us high-quality development. There is the steering group on integration international development. The CE is the head. They've had their first meeting. They've discussed about formulation of policies, say, for example, promoting a flow of people, capital, information in the GBA. I expect the steering group to pick up its pace and announce measures so that Hong Kong people and businesses can be prepared. The first step of integration is to enhance business as well as job opportunities of Hong Kong people. There should be promotion of opportunities to attract investors and Hong Kong businesses to set up companies and to invest on the mainland. Innovation and technology is a huge opportunity for us. There should be assistance provided to mainland cities to attract foreign investment. In the Guangdong ETO, there is a contact point. There is also a similar one in Shenzhen. I think the Guangdong ETO as well as the GBA Development Promotion Center should be given more assistance so that seminars will be organized. These places can provide assistance to Hong Kong people and businesses. The promotion center should also organize various activities so that Hong Kong people and enterprises can leverage on their advantage to tap into the opportunities, say, for example, market research, brand promotion, etc. With the new development layout of our country, we can play a bigger role in the dual circulation. There is an organization involving Japan, mainland, New Zealand. This is the RCEP. We need to tap into the opportunities. We also need to dovetail the strategic development of the Belt and Road initiatives. This is a crucial time of the new stage of development. We need to make use of one country, two systems, and we need to make contributions to the modernization of our country. I support the original motion and the amendments.
Mr. Yang Wing-kit. Thank you, President. I speak to support Dr. Chow Man Kwong's motion to promote the integration of Hong Kong into the overall development of the country. We have heard often enough about this integration of the country. Now, this is mainly because of the XRL, which is an important transportation link between Hong Kong and the mainland. And I think we need to enhance its efficiency. We have got full resumption of normal travel with the mainland, and the carriage capacity of the XRL is now back to its original capacity. Now, if we can make XRL like the MTRCL so that people can board a train when it's available, we can relieve the congestion of the East Rail. It can greatly enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness because communication facilities are important. This can help us to integrate into the country's development. The A4 Alliance did a questionnaire survey to understand the views of people on this subject. We have received over 600 responses. About 90% of them supported that idea. We have to reserve 20 to 30 minutes for clearance before boarding an XL train. This has impeded the efficiency. And if you change to another train or to the other departure, you have to go through procedures. So A4 is of the view that instead of prior booking, people should be allowed to board an XL train when it's available, and people should also be allowed to have standing places, and we can shorten the traveling time between Hong Kong and Guangdong to about 1 hour. There should be more frequent trains running at 15 minutes intervals in order to maximize the capacity of the XLL. And then XLL will have room to lower its fares. For instance, a 25% discount for short-haul trips, and there can be up to 10% discount for frequent travelers. So the people who need to travel frequently between the two places need only to buy a ticket once, and then they can go in and out of stations freely. This can make XLL more popular. We have to turn it into something like the MTRCL so that we can really realize the 1 hour living circle, and that will help the development of GBA. People who are minded to work or live in cities in the GBA will find it more convenient. We must make it more convenient for Hong Kong people and businesses. The government should consider how we can facilitate banking business. For instance, branches in Hong Kong should allow people to do their banking business in Hong Kong. For instance, the limit for remitting money back to the mainland is 80,000 RMB, and if you do it in a remittance shop, you risk the money being frozen, and you may even have to travel to the mainland before you can get the money back. I suggest that the government take it up with mainland authorities in order to develop a cross-border business or financial management mechanism, so people of the two places can engage in financial transactions for insurance payment, for medical payment, fees payment, etc. We need to further improve the flow of people, information, and goods between Hong Kong and GBA in order to promote our integration with development of the country. With these remarks, I support the motion and the amendments. Mr. Chen Siu-Hong. First, I thank Dr. Chow Meng Kwong for moving this motion. Integration into the overall development of the country is not a novelty. In the 1980s, many Hong Kong manufacturers set up their factories in Shenzhen. They contributed a lot to the opening up and development of the country. Hong Kong became the shopfront, and Shenzhen became the manufacturing base. That is the start of beneficial mutual development of the two places. The mainland is now developing rapidly. The relative advantages of Hong Kong and cities on the mainland are very different from what it was like back then. We must integrate into the development of the country using our advantages to serve the needs of the country. And we must have a good, proper understanding of the whole idea. The overall development of the country involves two aspects. First, the strategic overall scenario of the country, and second, changes in the global situation unseen in a century. the country is having high quality development. It has dual circulation with domestic circulation as the base and international circulation as another branch of development. And the country is developing into a modern socialist country with Chinese characteristics. And in this new global change, the country is now an active player in creating a shared destiny for humankind. And the country is developing rapidly on the I&T front. So the country is developing so rapidly. Hong Kong must integrate into the overall development of the country in these two areas. This is not just about taking part in the GBA development and the Northern Metropolis. When it comes to integration into the overall development of the country, usually we ask the SL government to assist Hong Kong people to work and live in the GBA and grasp the numerous opportunities here. I think we are being Hong Kong centered. We are not thinking about contributing to the development of the country. Now, to tell good stories of China, we should utilize our unique advantages, and we must enhance our competitiveness so that we can be participant in domestic circulation and a facilitator of international circulation. We must remind Hong Kong people and Hong Kong businesses that they should have a proper understanding of Hong Kong and also the country. I'm pleased to see that the government has set up a steering group on integration into national development. We will integrate into the 14th Five-Year Plan, the GB development, and the Belt and Road Initiative. We must enhance cooperation and communication with mainland organizations. We should contribute to the dual circulation of the country, and we should play a unique role in promoting international circulation. Hong Kong should study how we can enhance our role and function in the dual circulation of the country. And by means of this principle of mutual benefits, we should work out how we can proceed. Hong Kong people and businesses want to understand policies relevant to them in order to grasp the opportunities available. Starting from last year, the government have been supporting Hong Kong people and enterprises to develop in the GBA, and there is a funding scheme of $135 million. We should enhance this program. Hong Kong people and businesses face challenges on all fronts. Issues are complicated, and each province have their special arrangements. The government should better understand the difficulties faced by Hong Kong people and businesses in order to find the right solution. Thank you. Professor Chow Wing Kong, I speak to support Dr. Chow Wing Kong's motion on promoting the integration of Hong Kong into the overall development of country and all the amendments. In the reports to the 19th MP's National Congress and the 20th National Congress and the two sessions, President Xi gave his firm support for Hong Kong and Macau to integrate into the overall development of the country. President Xi is very supportive of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's development is closely tied to that of the country. The country is building up a strong nation. It has embarked on a new journey, and it is an inevitable trend that we have to integrate into the national development. We should grasp the opportunities available. The government has done a lot in the PA 2022. The Xi announced the setting up of the steering group on integration into the international development, and also this plan with the Trade Development Council providing $135 million to help Hong Kong people and enterprises. There is also a scheme to help young people to seek employment in GBA, and also a subsidy scheme for building an entrepreneurial base for Hong Kong people in GBA. Admittedly, these policies and measures are very important for Hong Kong people and enterprises to integrate into the country. However, the selection criteria are very complicated. Take the youth employment scheme in the GBA as example. Since its introduction in 2021, 3,500 positions have been offered, but only 1,000 or so graduates have taken up employment here. According to a survey, 80% of the young people surveyed in Hong Kong were interested to develop in the mainland, but they had little knowledge about the mainland market. They had no connections there, so they were deterred from so doing. It goes to show that our policy support is not sufficient. It has fallen short of the expectations of Hong Kong people enterprises. And so the improvement measures must be refined and implemented. As regards specific measures in the original motion and the amendments, there are excellent suggestions. I agree in particular with the original motion, and that is to set up KPIs for the medium and long term. There can be more promotional functions, and we should also assess how effective these measures are so that we can keep improving them and we can have more specific and useful KPIs. This will better help Hong Kong people and businesses to integrate into the overall development of the country. Specific facilities and information such as setting up bank accounts in the mainland, etc., so that people can be given real help in setting up in the mainland. Dr. Johnny Ng said that we should strengthen the support for Hong Kong businesses by promoting sales of brand Hong Kong. I cannot agree more. Take Chinese medicine as example. Many of our Chinese proprietary medicine are very famous among mainlanders. We should promote quality brands to the mainland so that we can achieve a win-win situation. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Dari Lee. The 14th National People's Congress came to a close with resounding success. It provides ample opportunities for Hong Kong to jump on the wagon of development of our country. The Hong Kong SAR government and society in general should spare no effort in dovetailing with the country's development strategy so as to create more conditions for the development of high-quality development. And that means innovation, technology, talents, and connectivity with the world. Talent development is of utmost importance in terms of resources. We need to facilitate the flow of talents across the boundary. In recent years, markets have been opening up with mutual access and recognition arrangements. With the signing of CEPA, there are more opportunities and support for professionals to work in the mainland. In terms of taxation and legal support, there are more facilitation measures for the development of modern services industry in the Greater Bay Area. In order to establish Hong Kong as an international R&T center, Hong Kong can contribute by providing professionals, but at the moment there are obstacles. For example, in terms of mutual recognition of professional qualifications, more should be done. This year, in the 2 sessions, the DAB put forward a number of proposals with a view to allowing greater interactions in the Greater Bay Area to bring impetus to the area. For example, for the accountancy profession, the for a CPA in Hong Kong after getting a recognition in the mainland. The accountant can be a partner of an accounting firm in the mainland, but because of the numerous exams, there is only a limited number of accountants qualified as accountants in the mainland. As for accounting and auditing standards, things are moving towards international standards. We need to relax the eligibility criteria. For example, practice exams for accountants can be set up in the Greater Bay Area with reference to the legal profession. Now, for lawyers, the system is even more different than that in the mainland. And for accountants, they can be allowed to practice on a limited scale in the Greater Bay Area to help drive high-quality development of the nation. In fact, different professions can make reference to this groundbreaking exam for lawyers in the Greater Bay Area. The difference is so big, and yet legal practitioners can take the exam and practice law in the Greater Bay Area. So the relevant policy bureaus should consider this option and will be joining hands with the government in taking forward high-quality development. The other point is about different tax regimes of the two places. This is also one factor for professionals to consider whether to set up practices in the other place. Many professionals would like to work and set up practices in the Greater Bay Area, and many cities in the Greater Bay Area have introduced facilitation measures to reduce tax burdens for Hong Kong residents, such as Nansha. There is an initiative in which Hong Kong residents are exempt from being charged tax at a rate above that applicable to residents in Hong Kong. As for high-end talents and professionals, in another area, they are only required to pay tax at a rate on a par with the rate in Hong Kong. Now, we should consolidate these measures across all GBA cities instead of working on each and every city one by one. The chief executive can take the lead. I hope more can be done on mutual recognition of professional qualifications and consolidating tax concessions. Members from different political parties here will definitely join hands with the government in taking forward high-quality development of the country so that as Hong Kong moves from stability to prosperity, we can make more contribution to our country. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of Dr. Chow Man Kwong's motion to foster greater integration into the overall development of the country. More supporting measures should be rolled out. I'd like to speak in particular of how young people can be better integrated into our country's development. The Greater Bay Area provides ample opportunities for young people to integrate into the overall development of the country. I strongly support the GBA Youth Employment Scheme announced earlier, but as of January 2021, when the scheme was still at a pilot stage, 3,500 jobs were provided, but only slightly over 10,000 graduates reported duty. The scheme was not very successful, but of course that had to do with a number of factors. First, the epidemic affected traveling arrangements between the two places. And second, many jobs under the scheme related to innovation, technology, many jobs were managerial roles.